Governor Stevenson, Senator Johnson, Mr. Butler, Senator Symington, Senator Humphrey, Speaker Rayburn, fellow Democrats, I want to express my thanks to Governor Stevenson for his generous and heartwarming introduction. It was my great honor to place his name in nomination at the 1956 Democratic Convention, and I am delighted to have his support and his counsel and his advice in the coming months ahead. Let me say first that I accept the nomination of the Democratic Party. I accept it without reservation and with only one obligation: the obligation to devote every effort of my mind and spirit to lead our party back to victory and our nation to greatness. I am grateful, too, that you have provided us with such a strong platform to stand on and to run on. Pledges which are made so eloquently are made to be kept. The rights of man, the civil and economic rights essential to the human dignity of all men, are indeed our goal and are indeed our first principle. This is a platform on which I can run with enthusiasm and with conviction. And I am grateful, finally, that I can rely in the coming months on many others, on a distinguished running mate who brings unity and strength to our platform and our ticket, Lyndon Johnson. On one of the most articulate spokesmen of modern times, Adlai Stevenson. On a great fighter for our needs as a nation and a people, Stuart Symington. On my traveling companion in Wisconsin and West Virginia, Senator Hubert Humphrey. On Paul Butler, our devoted and courageous chairman. And on that fighting campaigner whose support I now welcome, President Harry Truman. I feel a lot safer with all of them on my side. And I'm proud of the contrast with our Republican competitors, for their ranks are so thin that not one challenger has dared to put his head up in the last 12 months. I am fully aware of the fact that the Democratic Party, by nominating someone of my faith, has taken on what many regard as a new and hazardous risk, new at least since 1928. The Democratic Party has once again placed its confidence in the American people and in their ability to render a free and fair judgment, and in my ability to render a free and fair judgment. To uphold the Constitution and my oath of office, to reject any kind of religious pressure or obligation that might directly or indirectly interfere with my conduct of the presidency in the national interest. My record of 14 years in supporting public education, supporting complete separation of church and state, and resisting pressure from sources of any kind should be clear by now to everyone. I hope that no American, considering the really critical issues facing this country, will waste his franchise and throw away his vote by voting either for me or against me because of my religious affiliation. It is not relevant. I am telling you what you are entitled to know as I come before you seeking your support for the most powerful office in the free world. I am saying to you that my decisions on every public policy will be my own, as an American, as a Democrat, and as a free man. I mention all of this only because this country faces so many serious challenges, so many great opportunities, so many burdensome responsibilities, that I hope that it is to those great matters that we can address ourselves in the coming months. And if this statement of mine makes it easier to concentrate on our nation's problems, then I'm glad that I have made it. Under any circumstances, the victory we seek in November will not be easy. We know that in our hearts. We know that our opponents will invoke the name of Abraham Lincoln on behalf of their candidate, despite the fact that his political career has often seemed to show charity towards none and malice for all. We know it will not be easy to campaign against a man who has spoken and voted on every side of every issue. Mr. Nixon may feel that it's his turn now, after the New Deal and the Fair Deal. But before he deals, someone's going to cut the cards. That someone may be the millions of Americans who voted for President Eisenhower, but would balk at electing his successor. For just as historians tell us that Richard I was not fit to fill the shoes of the bold Henry II, and that Richard Cromwell was not fit to wear the mantle of his uncle, they might add in future years that Richard Nixon did not measure up to the footsteps of Dwight D. Eisenhower. Perhaps he could carry on the party policies, the policies of Nixon and Benson and Dirksen and Goldwater, but this nation cannot afford such a luxury. Perhaps we could afford a Coolidge following Harding, and perhaps we could afford a Pierce following Fillmore, but after Buchanan, this nation needed Lincoln. After Taft, we needed Wilson. And after Hoover, we needed Franklin Roosevelt. But we're not merely running against Mr. Nixon. Our task is not merely one of itemizing Republican failures, nor is that wholly necessary. For the families forced from the farm do not need us to tell them of their plight. The unemployed miners and textile workers know that the decision is before them in November. The old people without medical care, the families without a decent home, the parents of children without a decent school, they all know that it's time for a change. We are not here to curse the darkness. We are here to light a candle. As Winston Churchill said on taking office some 20 years ago, If we open a quarrel between the present and the past, we shall be in danger of losing the future. Today, our concern must be with that future. For the world is changing, the old era is ending, the old ways will not do. Abroad, the balance of power is shifting. New and more terrible weapons are coming into use. 1/3 of the world may be free, but 1/3 is the victim of a cruel repression, and the other third is rocked by poverty and hunger and disease. Communist influence has penetrated into Asia. It stands in the Middle East and now festers some 90 miles off the coast of Florida. Friends have slipped into neutrality, and neutrals have slipped into hostility. As our keynoter reminded us, the president who began his career by going to Korea ends it by staying away from Japan. The world has been close to war before, but now man, who survived all previous threats to his existence, has taken into his mortal hands the power to exterminate his species 7 times over. Here at home, the future is equally revolutionary. The New Deal and the Fair Deal were bold measures for their generation, but now this is a new generation. A technological output and explosion on the farm has led to an output explosion. An urban population revolution has overcrowded our schools and cluttered our cities and crowded our slums. A peaceful revolution for human rights, demanding an end to racial discrimination in all parts of our community life, has strained at the leashes imposed by a timid executive leadership. It is time, in short, for a new generation of leadership. All over the world, particularly in the newer nations, young men are coming to power. Men who are not bound by the traditions of the past. Men who are not blinded by the old fears and hates and rivalries. Young men who can cast off the old slogans and the old delusions. The Republican nominee, of course, is a young man, but his approach is as old as McKinley. His party is the party of the past, the party of memory. His speeches are generalities from Poor Richard's Almanac. Their platform made up of old leftover Democratic planks, has the courage of our old convictions. Their pledge is to the status quo, and today there is no status quo. For I stand here tonight, facing west, on what was once the last frontier. From the lands that stretch 3,000 miles behind us, the pioneers gave up their safety, their comfort, and sometimes their lives to build our new West. They were not the captives of their own doubts, nor the prisoners of their own price tags. They were determined to make the new world strong and free, an example to the world, to overcome its hazards and its hardships, to conquer the enemies that threatened from within and out. Some would say that those struggles are all over, that all the horizons have been explored, that all the battles have been won, that there is no longer an American frontier. But I trust that no one in this assemblage would agree with that sentiment. For the problems are not all solved, and the battles are not all won. And we stand today on the edge of a new frontier, the frontier of the 1960s, the frontier of unknown opportunities and perils, the frontier of unfilled hopes and unfilled threats. Woodrow Wilson's New Freedom promised our nation a new political and economic framework. Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal promise security and succor to those in need. But the new frontier of which I speak is not a set of promises. It is a set of challenges. It sums up not what I intend to offer to the American people, but what I intend to ask of them. It appeals to their pride. It appeals to our pride, not our security. It holds out the promise of more sacrifice instead of more security. The new frontier is here, whether we seek it or not. Beyond that frontier are uncharted areas of science and space, unsolved problems of peace and war, unconquered province of ignorance and prejudice, unanswered questions of poverty and surplus. It would be easier to shrink from that new frontier, to look to the safe mediocrity of the past, to be lulled by good intentions and high rhetoric, and those who prefer that course should not vote for me or the Democratic Party. But I believe that the times require imagination and courage and perseverance. I'm asking each of you to be pioneers towards that new frontier. My call is to the young in heart, regardless of age, to the stout in spirit, regardless of party, to all who respond to the scriptural call, be strong and of good courage, be not afraid, neither be dismayed. For courage, not complacency, is our need today. Leadership, not salesmanship. And the only valid test of leadership is the ability to lead and lead vigorously. A tired nation, said David Lloyd George, is a Tory nation. And the United States today cannot afford to be either tired or Tory. There may be those who wish to hear more promises to this group or that, more harsh rhetoric about the men in the Kremlin as a substitute for policy, more assurances of a golden future where taxes are always low and the subsidies are always high. But my promises are in the platform that you have adopted. Our ends will not be won by rhetoric, and we can have faith in the future only if we have faith in ourselves. For the harsh facts of the matter are that we stand at this frontier at a turning point of history. We must prove all over again to a watching world, as we sit on a most conspicuous stage, whether this nation, conceived as it is, with its freedom of choice, its breadth of opportunity, its range of alternatives, can compete with the single-minded advance of the communist system. Can a nation organized and governed such as ours endure? That is the real question. Have we the nerve and the will? Can we carry through in an age where we will witness not only new breakthroughs in weapons of destruction, but also a race for mastery of the sky and the rain, the ocean and the tides, the far side of space, and the inside of men's minds? That is the question of the new frontier. That is the choice that our nation must make. A choice that lies not merely between two men or two parties, but between the public interest and private comfort, between national greatness and national decline, between the fresh air of progress and the stale, dank atmosphere of normalcy, between dedication or mediocrity. All mankind waits upon our decision. A whole world looks to see what we shall do, and we cannot fail that trust, and we cannot fail to try. It has been a long road, from the first snowy day in New Hampshire many months ago to this crowded convention city. Now begins another long journey, taking me into your cities and homes across the United States. Give me your help and your hand and your voice. Recall with me the words of Isaiah, that they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary. As we face the coming great challenge, we too shall wait upon the Lord and ask that He renew our strength. Then shall we be equal to the test. Then we shall not be weary. Then we shall prevail.
You can tell by the looks on their faces as they go scurrying through the rain, maybe we pushed it too far this time. Maybe we have pushed it too far this time, and finally that tremendous sledge, that hammer, is going to come right out of a cloud. Boom! New York is gone. You know, it's a fascinating thing for an outlander, for someone who lives an outlander, to observe what New York does during the slightest indication that weather might be glowering just a little bit. Could it be possible that New York has a fantastic case of conscience? That New York's great abstract life, we're constantly writing about New York, talking about New York, writing how it feels to live in New York, and people like Truman Capote, people like what's this guy from the Times? People like, what's this guy from Esquire? What's this guy from Playboy? All these people are writing constantly about the mystique of New York. And, of course, it has become increasingly abstract. More and more, New York life bears a relationship to no other life. It is New York life. There are people who are alive, way out there wandering around the hills and bumping into each other in Chillicothe, way out there in the dark fastnesses of, for want of a better word, the outer darkness. Out there in the boondocks, I might use a better known phrase, way out there in the And here we are, we're all gathered together, huddled here, if you please, in New York. And somehow we have gotten the ingrown feeling of a faculty. You know what faculty life is like in a college that's way off in the hills someplace, let's say out in Princeton or Dartmouth or somewhere. The ingrown life of the faculty is an interesting thing, very interesting thing to observe. It grows kind of, it's ingrown. It's like this toe within a sock, within a shoe, within an overshoe, within a drift of snow. And it's all by itself. It has no context that lives beyond the context of its own little leaves and its own files. It has no real contact with the outside world. And once in a while, a new group of students will come in, and they will absorb those students. But the students are always on the periphery, just as the tourist is on the periphery here in Manhattan. He comes, he goes. For a while, he sings and dances with us, but never is part of us. And then he departs, but we stay. We are the faculty of New York. And as we grow more and more ingrown, we become more and more insular. We have our own mores, our own mode of operation. And so we write our own literature. We, of course, and I'm not even speaking of Damon Runyon, who never wrote, as far as I'm concerned, the literature of New York. Runyon wrote Runyonese. But nevertheless, we have our own literature. It pours out of the news. It pours out of the indignant pulp pages of the Post. Oh, he's angry about things which... And then you have the good, calm, vaguely fuzzy voice of the New York Times ponderously moving along a concrete highway that's a circular highway, of course. And we have our own literature. We're our own mores, our own world, our own way of being. That let's say the mystique of Horn and Hardart is always and will forever be lost on the tourist, the man from Cleveland. I know, you know, the man from Cleveland comes, look at you, with the nickels in. Always what I heard about, the automat, you know. But it isn't the automat. You hardly ever hear it called the automat to people living in New York. It's something else. But here's this mystique growing. It's an inner circle. And once in a while, you see, this is where we get to the point of this thing here. Now sit up straight, will you? I mean, just because it's Saturday, sit up. Sit up. I'm awfully tired. This whole miserable business. I mean, you're getting a crimp. I'm getting a crimp. We're all crimped. And so we sit here in this circle, this sewing circle that is Manhattan. And once in a while from the outer world will come the slight suggestion of a wind. What was that? We turn and look over our shoulders. Or maybe a little rain will come down broad. What's this wet stuff? Of course, we're used to wet stuff. I was over on the east side the other day in the 60s. Let me tell you, have you ever pulled up, say, about 2 o'clock in the morning in the 60s somewhere in the east side over around 2nd, over there in Tristville, you know, where all these big new fancy apartments have gone up and all these great big fancy balconies are out looking out over the river. Oh, this is Expensiveville. This is expense accountville, if I ever saw it. See, and it's over there. You pull up about 2 o'clock in the morning, and you get out of a cab, or you get out. Incidentally, only cabs are fitting in that neighborhood. It's the transient world, you know. And have you ever had the feeling that you're going to go to hell in a cab? You know, paying the fare and the meter's ticking all the way, and so. You get out of a cab. I did this just the other night. I get out of a cab over there in the East 60s. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and I hear this. And it's all around me. Not a soul is stirring, not even a mouse. And there's a faint moisture in the air. And I had just left the West Side, where all was pristine and calm and quiet. And I couldn't figure out what it was. I thought, is it the river flowing past? What is it? And then it dawned on me. It was air conditionerville. And the whole world there was air conditioned. And I looked up, and all these sleeping apartments you could hear humming. It's a frightening thing, really. It really is. You can hear it. It's getting more and more. At 3 o'clock in the morning, all the apartments go. And once in a while, you hear the little metal flaps of the what are they? Little ventilators on the side of these things. And then you'll hear a rattly old air conditioner that's about 9 years old. Somewhere where some guy hasn't quite made it up there on the 7th floor, and he's in a rent-controlled apartment, and they'll get him out before the first of the year. You know it. And they're all spitting this little moisture, spitting it out at you. You stand there in the middle of the street, and you begin to realize that you are now living in the contained, transistorized good life of the 20th century. That these are the truly insular people. We in New York, we like to think that out in the Midwest they are isolationists. Oh, you have no idea how isolationist New York is. It's even isolationist about New Jersey, 15 feet away. And we're living in this little faculty, all of us together. And once in a while, there'll be this little breeze come down the street. And somebody will say, "Whoa, what was that?" And the guy next to him said, "It was a wind, I think. A wind. A wind. A wind. Yeah, a wind. Wind." And then 10 minutes later, there will be an extra large drop will come down. What was that? Somebody's air conditioner? That's rain. And within 5 minutes, all over the dial, you hear nothing but a constant hullabaloo. Television, radio, all they're talking about is this thing that came from the outside world, this rain. Have you listened to the newscast today? This piddling little rain we're getting here. This miserable little rain. And I'm listening to the newscast. 15 minutes of time. And on 46th Street, there were over 2 inches of water. And on 23rd Street, there were 7 inches of water. And 14 old ladies had to get out of their car. And, oh, it was terrible. Oh, it's so awful here. You have no idea what it's... And, ladies and gentlemen, the barometer is going up and down and sideways. And the multiple... And it goes, you see. And it sounds like a fantastic disaster has hit Manhattan. What it is the outside world has hit Manhattan, which is a disaster in itself. And we are becoming aware of something, you see, that out there is that world. And it goes on and on and on like this in this little faculty world. You know how a faculty is. I'll give you a little insight into the faculty world, that the slightest little ripple causes gigantic waves, because they got nothing else to do, you know. They're all sitting around there on their duffs, all looking at each other suspiciously, all waiting for somebody to move into the department, that sharp young man from Dartmouth who wrote that monograph, that idiotic thing, that, you know, that. And they're all waiting for this thing to happen, just as we are in our wonderful little insular world here. And it's fascinating to me. Coming from, have you ever seen what kind of rains they get in Omaha? Oh, buddy. Have you ever seen every 3 weeks in the winter in Circleville, Ohio, the snow suddenly is up to the roofs, and during the summertime, plagues of locusts, one after the other, gigantic, thundering tornadoes. I remember a tornado that went right through a little town in Michigan, and 10 minutes after it went through, knocked down 17 houses. Nobody said anything about it. I don't know what they would do in New York if a tornado ever struck Times Square. I mean, it would be the biggest thing. We would be talking about it till well into January. It would be fantastic. And the only point that I'm making here is that most of the decisions about that outside world are made right here in this little insular world. Along Madison Avenue and Lexington, there are thousands of guys who are sitting there figuring out what to say to the people in Circleville, Ohio, to make them feel even more insecure. And they're sitting out there stolidly in Circleville. The tornado goes past, and after a while they can hear the buzzing of the locust wings. They can hear the chewing of the cutworm out on the tomato vines. And he knows about the real world out there. And we here, you know, we live in this wonderful, soft, warm... We're all sitting... You know, I had this feeling... There's a funny feeling about this. I just got back from a cruiser, from a missile cruiser. And we're sailing 150 or 200 miles way out into the Atlantic. We took off from Boston, and we went out into that darkness, that eternal sea out there. And you see the porpoises rising and falling, and you can see a whale blowing way off the starboard bow. And then night falls until finally there's nothing but that dark inverted bowl, that eternal night. And let me tell you, I'm standing up there on the flying bridge, and I can see nothing but darkness. Billions and billions and billions of skies, all as far as one can see, and all the stars that you could ever imagine. And the ship is cutting through that black water at about 30 knots. You can hear an occasional banging somewhere, way down in the hold of this thing, or a creaking sound. Not a single light going. We're cutting through that water. You can feel the spray, and it's a strange feeling. You see, I don't know which is the real world. This world of the ship, which is as insular as anything you can imagine, or that crazy world that I have just left. And as the ship comes steaming back, and slowly I'm getting drawn into this, I can hear the cacophony rising. You can hear the trumpeting and the bellowing and the booming and the crashing and the banging and the shrieking and the wailing and the moaning, rising from the eternal squadrons of the damned as I move back into Manhattan. And I'm once again in this fantastic, strange, whirling vortex, the whirlpool. I remember this story about... Now, I don't know which is the real world, you see. We're scuttering out there in the darkness, and there's nothing but sky and water. And this steel hulk, speaking of hulks, this is WOR AM and FM New York. Speaking of hulks, as Long John would say, it's time to take care of a bit of business. Filter... Now, can you tell me which is the real world? Would you, before you put that away, Jimmy, just 1 second here. Now, we're talking about the real world. Now hold it there for a second. I'll give you the cue. Now, remember this. I am standing on the flying bridge of a steel gray cruiser, like a long like a long, sullen greyhound cutting through that black sea of the Atlantic, rising and falling eternally the way it's risen and fallen, up and down, rising and falling and reaching. Oh, yes, reaching, always reaching. Always reaching. Joseph Conrad, you know. I'm standing on the bridge of this thing, looking down at that black water, and it's scuttling past us at 30, 32 knots, something like that. And I'm looking at this water, and I realize that if I ever somehow was washed overboard, or if I was walking along one of the rails and just slipped and skittered under the rail and out, I would be gone forever. There would be no coming back. At this time of night, at this place, and at this very instant in this ocean, we were on the edge of the Labrador Current, and it was bitter, icy cold water, and you could feel that steely ice pick kind of wind that cut along the side, over the bridge, and back over the conning tower, and finally out over the fantail. And you could hear that wind hissing and whistling through those radar dishes just above us. Up and down we're going. I'm looking out over into that water, and I can see an occasional whitecap kicking up. You can hear the sea. And I'm thinking about what Joseph Conrad said. Conrad said, in effect, in a short story, a magnificent short story. No one ever wrote about the sea like Conrad, with the possible exception of Herman Melville. You know, all the British writers, all the European writers wrote more about society. The American writers in the early days of American letters dealt almost conclusively and eternally with those dark forces that lay just outside the guttering hiss of the campfire, and Melville was one of them. But Conrad, a British writer, also dealt with the sea. And his remark about the sea said, anyone who loves the sea, and I'm wildly paraphrasing him here, anyone who loves the sea is crazy. Says the sea does not love. The sea knows no passion. The sea is purely mechanical. Purely and utterly and thoroughly mechanical. It's like saying, I love this piece of sand. I love this rock, but with a difference. The sea is not only mechanical, but is a killer that rises and falls. And I'm standing on that flying bridge, and I can feel just the touch of spray and that fantastic darkness and those billion stars above us. And I can see way over somewhere in my mind only, way over somewhere, this wild, cacophonic, fantastic rising and falling hoopla, brouhaha, roar and pitch and steam of the thing I had just left, New York, that little faculty. That booming, bellowing faculty of which I have been part of, caught up with, ensnarled with, enmeshed by, for so long I can't remember anything else now. And I'm standing on this flying bridge, and I'm looking down at this water, and I realize if I go in that water, there is no more, ever. And there's a guy standing next to me. He says, did I ever tell you about the time? This guy I knew that was on a British freighter. They were out in the South Seas. We got to talking about falling in the water. He said, there was this guy who was a third mate on a freighter out in the South Seas. He said, I know the guy. And they had just left an island port, and they were heading east. And they were in the darkest, deepest, most shark-ridden part of the Pacific. The water was warm and soupy, but oh, so deadly. And it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and the third mate is the officer of the day, and he's making his rounds of the deck, just quietly walking around. He gets around to the fantail, and there were maybe 2 or 3 men awake on this ship. This little old freighter was beating her way. And he looks down over the fantail. He's examining the screws. He's making sure that he's making a check. He's making sure that everything is working fine, when suddenly the ship took a slight roll when he didn't expect it, and he was pitched right off into that darkness. Over that fantail, into that hissing, steaming, boiling, shark-ridden Pacific water. And he saw nothing but the lights of that ship retreating. He was wearing a white T-shirt. He was wearing a pair of white shorts and a pair of those low-cut gym shoes. That's all he had. He's floating there all by himself in that eternal grave. And he sees that ship going off into the distance. And he knew that they wouldn't find out that he was gone until they changed watches 4 hours hence. He knew it. And he knew that when they found this out, they would be 4 hours away. And he knew that the moment they found it out, they would probably turn around and steam back to where they thought perhaps he might have been lost. 4 hours back, or thereabouts. So hence he had a minimum of 8 hours to float in that deserted sea on one of the lesser used, way off the beaten track, little-known sea routes. It would be as if you're lost on a gravel road 1,000 miles away from the turnpike. Don't expect them to come and find you here. And so he lay on his back and looked up at the stars and just lay there. He knew that it was 8 hours. He set his mind for 8 hours and just quietly paddled and tried to stay above water. And that sea heaved. And sure enough, within 10 minutes, a shark came nosing around in the darkness. Can you imagine a shark at 4 o'clock in the morning in the darkness in an unknown sea? And the first indication he had of the shark, it was so dark, was that it nuzzled him. Moved up and just went boom, with that great big leathery nose up against his ribs. Boom. And he stiffened. And the instant you stiffen when you're trying to float on your back, you sink. Down he went. He relaxed again and floated to the surface. Boom. This thing hit him again. And he lay there. He moved his left hand casually, easily, trying not to startle anything, trying not to tip the boat. And then when he got in the position, he just shot out with his foot. Sacco. And he kicked the shark between the eyes. Just boom. And the shark moved back and began to circle. And every 10 minutes thereafter, the shark would move in and just sort of nuzzle him. He would kick again. And then the shark was joined by a second shark. Until finally, as the rosy-fingered dawn was quietly trickling its fingernails over that eternal grave, he saw that there were at least 10 or 12 sharks just circling around looking at him. And the sun began to beat down. And then suddenly, without warning, the sharks disappeared, which was even more frightening. Altogether, they just... It's now about 7 o'clock in the morning. He's looking up at the sky, and he says, well, they'll find out about it in just about an hour. I've been here 3 hours now. And he's getting sick. Have you ever bobbed up and down in a rowboat, lying on your back, looking up at the sky? 20 minutes of that, and you're getting ready to let go of every meal you've ever had in your life. Every meal you ever had. And he's lying there nauseous and sick, bobbing up and down, and the water is beginning to sting him. You lie too long in salt water, and that Pacific salt water is even saltier than the salt water. And you begin to get that crawly feeling on your skin. That feeling as though death itself is somehow sneaking up on you, and death has a rough skin. Death is rough like mohair. And you lie there and you look up, and he's looking out, and suddenly he sees this great hulk coming up beside him. An enormous hulk. Something black is coming up out of the sea. I'm telling you a true story. And he looks, and it's a turtle. Have you ever seen pictures of these giant Solomon Islands turtles? Here's this enormous sea turtle with great flippers. Now, these things are not carnivorous, really. They're just sort of, they're just sort of like a ward healer. Kind of friendly and a little sneaky and untrusty, but at the same time big. Oh, they throw their own weight. And this great big turtle just bobbed up next to him and swam slowly over and looked him right in the face. Raised his old head out of the water and looked at him. And then stuck his head down and bumped him like a great big fat 2-ton beach ball. Boom. Down he went in the water again. Now he's really sick. He's got another mouthful of salt water. He bobs up, and the turtle just continues to nudge him along a little bit. Boom, like this. And he realizes that 3 more bumps like this, and he is done. He is done. He is waterlogged. He is soaked. He will not be able to come back. So he hangs onto the side of the turtle's shell so that the turtle can't get around in front of him again. And there the two of them are out there in that giant, eternal ocean, that sea. He's clinging to the side of the turtle, and he realizes now the turtle is giving him a little rest. The turtle is just quietly flapping his flippers and once in a while going, "Bleh." You know how turtles do. You know, they have this problem. This is a diet problem. It's an awful bad diet. Bleh. He's flapping his flippers, and this guy is hanging on to the flippers out there. And by this time, the sharks are back again, but they see now he has a friend. And he is clinging to the turtle, and the turtle is just quietly going, "Bleh, bleh." And once in a while, the turtle submerges a little bit. Bleh. He goes under, looks around, and this guy just quietly floats to the surface like a bobber. And he waits. And the turtle comes back, and this continues for about another hour and a half. And then just as suddenly as it began, they disappeared. Turtle, sharks, and all. And that sun began to crack down. It was now about 10 o'clock in the morning. He was so sick he couldn't see the sky. He couldn't see the water. He just lay on his back. He's been in the water now for 6 hours, only on the hope that this ship might come back. Only on the hope, that's all, a very slim one. And he didn't trust the skipper anyway, really. He's a no-good type. And so he lay on his back with that sun beating down, and he began to feel the skin peeling off of his forehead and his cheeks. The salt water was working on him. The sun was working on him. And once in a while he would see high overhead, way, way high overhead, a flight of seabirds. You don't call to the terns. You don't call to the kestrels. And occasionally an albatross goes slowly moving across the horizon, and he lay. And sure enough, 20 minutes before the 8 hours were up, he sees coming over the horizon a tiny dot. It is his ship. And for the very first moment, he felt a tremendous, overwhelming, completely engulfing panic. He really felt panic. Panic because now he saw the very glimmerings of something that might save him. He saw that they might not save him, even more possibly, because the sea was a heavy, heaving sea. And if you've ever tried to see a tiny bobbing single head on a sea, this is, this business of needles and haystacks is chicken feed and kid stuff. And he's bobbing. And he began to panic. And as he began to panic, he began to struggle. And as he began to struggle, he began to be sicker. And as he began to be sicker, everything began to spin and get blue and green, and he practically passed out just because of the panic. And then he saw that the ship was slowly beginning to come about. They were giving up the search. They had searched for 4 hours back over that route. They says, "No, he's gone. Let's go. We're losing time." And then just at the last instant, believe it or not, somebody, a seaman, walking along the rail who wasn't even on lookout, looked out over the horizon and saw that tiny dot. They put down a boat, and they pulled him out of the water. And the instant they pulled him out of the water, he broke down completely, thoroughly, utterly, and completely. Didn't regain his senses for maybe 10 days, 3 days after they'd been in port. And for weeks after that, he was still out at sea. For weeks after that, he was still getting bumped by turtles and nuzzled by whales. Which is the real world? Which is the real world? I'm out there on the flying bridge, and I see that black water scuttering past, and all I can hear is New York in the distance. All I can hear is... New York! This is it! This is the real world! This is what we want! That's the real world. Boy, it's good to be back here where it's real. Woo! Glad to be back. Glad to be with you, folks. I'll award you the brass figligee with bronze oak leaf palm if you can tell me who it was who said, "Glad we could get together, folks." I saw a cartoon. Speaking of that, you see, the point that we're trying to raise here is that we're living a life of such complete abstraction here in Manhattan. such complete abstraction, that any time anything that even smacks of the real sneaks down Broadway and gets our pants legs wet, there is a fantastic panic that goes through us. What is that out there? Oh, we're pushing it too far. We're pushing it too far. And a giant male fist one day is going to come. Can't you just hear that on a newscast? Ladies and gentlemen, from the WOR newsroom, we just have received reports that an enormous golden chariot was seen 4,000 feet over West Babylon, Long Island, driven by a man wearing a gold helmet, shooting bolts of thunder and lightning from his left hand as he drove his golden steeds in the general direction of Montauk Point. When we get further information, we'll return to this point. Stay tuned for further notes from the WOR newsroom about the Golden Chariot disaster. And now back to the top 40 favorites.
These crisp on beer must be icily light. With true lager flavor. Precisely right. Lively, golden, crystally clear.
Oh, it's so wonderful to be back here in the real world. You don't know how good I feel about it. Get away from that miserable heaving deck. Everything is solid. You notice that? Permanent. It's good to be back here in the permanent world. You know, speaking of the permanent world, there was this friend of mine who said, you know, when I was young, when I was a kid, he said, when I was a flaming idealistic youth, I used to listen to the politicians speak. And incidentally, I'd like to make a point here. I think that one of the prevailing sicknesses that we have is to suspect deeply, thoroughly, and completely the politician. And we have this thing, you know, all the time. People say, oh, well, it's a politician. No. They are just us. So don't put, a politician is just us. And he has no more phoniness in him, and he has no more goodness, he has no more omniscience in him than 90% of the rest of us, poor fellow treaders of this yellow brick road in the eternal search for the Emerald City. He's no more phony. He's no. I know 1,000 businessmen I wouldn't trust beyond the sight, beyond the next bend, just past the water cooler. And they're the first ones who say, you can't trust a politician. I'm sitting there with a cab driver who has just euchred me out of 15 cents change by a neat, quick movement of the palm. He says, you can't trust. I can't trust those politicians. And that phony has been knocking down ever since they took the tax off. And all up and down the line. And this friend of mine, you know, he's it's interesting, you know, how we identify or don't identify. We want. Somebody made the point in the Village Voice that I thought was very well taken. I hope that somebody picks this up. But that's beside the point. We'll save that for tomorrow night. This friend of mine we're talking about the whole thing, and I can't recall any time ever that I have become more deeply embroiled or more involved or more interested. Not involved, and unfortunately, we're only involved by just sort of standing around, but more interested in what is happening in the world than today. I think we're living in historical times, really historical times. All times are historical, but sometimes are more than others, mean more than others. It's just like your daily life. You might have 4 or 5 moments in your day that are much more significant than the other moments that have led up to it and that follow it. And I think that we're living in a momentous, truly a momentous period now. There's no question about it. It's been moving this way for probably 40 years. And now it's kind of coming to a climax. And we are embattled, and we don't know which way to turn. You notice that hardly any political man, any politician really talks about the fact that hardly anywhere in the world can you find a real friend. That everywhere, every place you look, backs are being turned on us, in spite of the loud assurances to the contrary. Now, this is a fascinating thing to see. Not so much that backs are being turned on us, because at every point in history there has been a patsy. We're patsy number one right now. And 10 years from now, I'm quite sure that there will be another patsy, that the world will turn its back on. Because always, always, man has had to have something to stick pins into, to somehow give him a sense that the rottenness that's happening in his life is somebody else's fault. We always have had to have this thing. It's a patsy. We're the patsy now. But have you noticed that hardly anybody really talks about it except in the broadest of generalities? Because we're living in such an interesting dream world. We're living in such a fascinating world. I was listening to a politician the other day talk incessantly about how many more cars people have today, how many more television sets, how many more breezeways. Now, what are you people complaining about? These professional gloom dealers are constantly, he says, and he goes on, and this is a great leader, a great leader. And I kept hearing the echoes of some guy standing on the side of a limpid pool in Rome. And he's standing up there with his long robes hanging around him, and he's waving his hand in the air, and he's saying, what are you complaining about? What are you talking about? The sore heads are always coming up talking about these barbarians. Look, you had more grapes per capita last year than ever before. More men can afford 3 or more Nubian handmaidens today than ever before. What are you complaining about? Under my administration, and it goes on and on. I keep hearing the echoes of the same thing. Always. And this friend of mine is listening to the speeches going on, and he says, you know, when I was young, when I was a kid, by young he means in his teens and his early 20s, he says, when I was a kid, I used to say, isn't it, wow, he says, isn't it terrible that these politicians don't believe what they say? I mean, isn't it awful that they don't believe what they say? And he had the feeling that all this political talk, was just talk. They didn't believe it. And then he says, now I listen, and I say, wouldn't it be awful if they believed it? Isn't it terrible if they really believe this stuff? And so, I mean, it's all part of the wonderful dream world in which we're all involved. And hardly any of us, really feel an involvement. We all feel as though we're onlookers. And so we've come to the point now where we have great crowds of comedians, quote, going over the scene who are the so-called dispassionate onlookers, who just, And today, of course, that's the easiest kind of humor. You can take any situation, any condition, any man, any moment in any man's life, and since all of us are frail, and since all of us have the inadequacy of the ungodlike, you can make humor of any moment in any man's life. It's a simple, easy process. I remember seeing a cartoon. In fact, it's in the current issue. It's a beautiful cartoon. One of the few really meaningful cartoons that I have seen in Esquire in a long time. And it's a full-page cartoon. It's in the August issue. I have cut this out, and it is going on my wall of my office. And here it is. It shows the raging fires of hell, the inferno. Great roaring flames and dark blackness, and you can see the lost souls sailing out. And there in the foreground, you see a boat crossing the river Styx. And you can see those angry waters. And those hooded, shrouded souls, those damned souls weeping and wailing. And you see this fiend poling along in the back. And sitting in the front, sitting up there in the bow is Dante. Looking very cool, looking very casual. And he's watching. He's sitting back and he's looking at those damned souls moving into the eternal darkness. And he's sitting back there on his duff, with his legs crossed, and one of the poor blighted unfortunates is looking at him with a harassed face. And Dante, with a slight smile, is saying, "Oh, I don't mind it really. I'm only here to gather material for a book." Whither goest indeed, O thou mankind? It's like, speaking of Dante and the Inferno and all. Did you read this little news? This is symbolic of our time. We have this great desire to do it. And nobody knows why. All of mankind has. And occasionally one poor soul will do it. Listen to this one from San Francisco. San Francisco. Everett Wong beat the odds. On July 6, his car plunged over Devil's Slide, an ocean-bordering cliff south of San Francisco where many a motorist has been killed in the past. Wong's car rolled over and over and over for 170 feet and ended in a crumbled, smashed mass of metal. A terrible, misshapen heap. But Wong painfully crawled out alive. He should have been killed, an officer at the scene said. "I've never seen anything like it." Wong's wife, Alice, noted that he became despondent immediately after the accident. Monday, the body of the 36-year-old real estate man was found in a cement courtyard below his apartment. To gain death, he had cheated. Wong had jumped 35 feet, hopping over his air conditioner as he left.
Over WOR Radio, your station for news.
James McCarthy reporting. For up-to-the-minute reports, stay tuned to this station. Now, the news. Well, President Eisenhower was forced to cancel his trip back east today due to that young lady by the name of Brenda. That story from Sanford Marshall in New York.
The East Coast is in the throes of a tropical storm. Waterlogged New Yorkers went to their phones this morning to discover why and heard this.
Tropical Storm Brenda causing heavy rains, high winds, and high tides until early afternoon with partial clearing and diminishing winds and subsiding tides later this afternoon.
Yes, Tropical Storm Brenda was moving up the East Coast at about 35 miles an hour, but she is losing her tropical characteristics. She is now just a windy, wet storm, but she'll be spreading that rain, rough wind, and high tides for the next 12 to 38 hours. This is Sanford Marshall in New York. Now back to James McCarthy in Washington.
And we'll have more news in a moment. On the political scene, pressure is due from both sides of the congressional fence when it reconvenes next month. But the Democrats have made it known today there will be no stalling around about it. Ed Semprini reports from Kennedy headquarters, Cape Cod, Massachusetts.
Running mates Senators John F. Kennedy and Lyndon B. Johnson today singled out medical care for the aged, housing, aid to education, and mutual appropriations as the key issues on the legislative calendar for the forthcoming session of Congress. The Democratic teammates met newsmen at Hyannisport together for the first time since the nominations in Los Angeles. Johnson attacked the administration for what he called its lack of foreign policy, defense, and new ideas. Regarding the GOP convention, Johnson said, the big difference between 1860 and 1960 for them is Lincoln. This is Ed Semprini reporting from WOCB, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Now back to James McCarthy in Washington.
Well, America, in case you're lolling around the house right about now and thinking how nice and calm it is, here's something that should shake you out of your doldrums. The quiet war is back on in Korea. At last reports, a South Korean destroyer escort tangled with a commie North Korean gunboat 4 miles at sea today and sent the rocks right down, sent the reds, we should say, right down to the bottom. In a naval gunfight which lasted about 5 minutes, the rock craft engaged the enemy in what is the first confirmed battle and the first sinking of a commie vessel since the 1953 armistice ending the Korean War. Shortly after the destroyer sent the gunboat to the bottom, a spray of 3 communist torpedo boats appeared on a retaliation mission. No reports on that action, though. That's the news to now. James McCarthy reporting.
And if the truth were out, I suspect that most of us understand life as a kind of gigantic foot race. Billions and billions and billions of us plunging along, thundering along, charging forward, in a great cloud of dust that rises up into the sky and glints in the yellowish sun. A fantastically exhausting race. And a race that seems to have no end at all, but just a race. Everyone is thundering along together. And once in a while, one poor unfortunate or two or three are thrown off onto the curbstone to lie gasping and, of course, completely outdistanced within the next 30 seconds. This is the concept of life that I suspect is the most valid concept for the New Yorker today. A gigantic foot race. And have you ever had the feeling that if you ever stopped to look at the sky, just to look, that they would catch up with you and pass you, go right on past, thundering on past? I have this friend who every time he goes on vacation has little earphones plugged into his ears. He's connected to his office by a set of radio phones. His boat is never out of touch with the world, ever. And constantly they're bringing messages to him, constantly, because he wants to stay in the race and at the same time look at the sky, which, of course, is a complete impossibility. Because the kind of sky that I am speaking of is the sky that has no messages being brought to you by runners. And this is the sky that we're all afraid of. I can't get out of touch. I have this friend who once in a while is called out of New York for a couple of weeks for military service or something. He's the only guy I know in military service that is in constant touch night and day with his agent. He's the only guy I know who gets permission from his first sergeant to call his agent during guard duty. And his answering service every 2 hours has been instructed to call the post-service club to let him know whether Zanuck has called. He is never out of touch. The foot race goes on, and the great thundering herd, the crashing and the roaring. And yet, there are two kinds of people, really. There are the people who once in a while, take their mind away from looking at the sky and try half-heartedly to get into the race. Because, you see, there is something in the air that makes it indecent to spend your life looking at the sky. Not only indecent, but vaguely immoral. And so, once in a while, you look up at the sky, and you pull down, and you say, I really should get... And then you make a half-hearted attempt. You call your agent. Is there anything, Charlie? Say, oh, good to hear from you again. Where you been? Well, I'm around. And, of course, the implication when he says, well, where you been? Oh, you poor sap. And you can hear the thundering roar of the hoofbeats going through his office as you're in touch once again with the great race. And you can never catch up, Have you ever seen a dog race? That's one of the saddest of all races to see, because the goal is out in front of them. When you see a horse race, there's a complete meaninglessness to a horse race. I mean, they run past. There's no meaning. And we like to believe that one horse has a rivalry inside of him to beat another. No. Come on now. That's that poor old idiotic thing that Walt Disney started years ago, that animals are really people in disguise and are somehow better. No, that's silly. Get it out of your mind, out of your skull. Peguine cats are not people. No. They are carnivores, dear, and given the chance, they will carnivore on you, which is another story. They're just too small to get away with it. Now, incidentally, this is another thing. We have a concept of friends, It's like all of us think the natives love us because they come up nuzzling up to the little house we've established in the jungle to hand them aspirins and rock and roll records. But given the alternative, they would come nuzzling up with something else. And if you don't believe this, take a look at the Current Life magazine and see all the people being chased over the veldt in Africa. I mean, literally being chased. It's just a matter of choice, you see. The cat has no choice but to be this friendly little thing that curls in your... But given another, say, 200 pounds, the cat is another story indeed, my dear. And another story. But that's all beside the point, you see. The horses are just things, they run. But you go to a dog race. You see, I learned a lot about this problem of the thundering herd one time when I was inadvertently admitted to a dog track outside of Miami at one point in my career when I was working for the government. I had risen to the rank of PFC rapidly by diligent study, and I was allowed a few hours off from the tether. And somehow or other, I wound up in a dog track, of all places, when you're in the Army to be. I mean, this is more... I can't tell you how symbolic this was. How meaningful it became. Could very well have been one of the turning points of my life. Have you ever wondered how in the world you got to be what you are? Where the turning points really were? How come you didn't wind up Harlow Curtis or something? I mean, he's obviously no brighter. Hey, speaking of that, did you read that fantastic thing on the front page of the New York Times, The Triumph of PR Over the Truth? Incidentally, you know what public relations is? You know, most people think public relations is advertising. It's completely different. It's the opposite, you see. Advertising takes that little itsy-bitsy thing that you think is better that you have than other people have, and they blow it up into a fantastic blimp. You see, this is advertising. Oh, no. PR is the opposite. I mean, when you got this rotten thing that's hanging on you like a barnacle, PR steps in and makes it good. You see, they do the opposite. This is quite true, you know. For example, when there's a strike in an enormous plant, you don't think the ad men step in, do you, and take out ads about... No, it's the PR men who say that there's just a little momentary riffle in our friendly, wonderful, happy family, but we're all really sitting around the same table pitching the same... Oh, yeah, that's right. It's all part of PR. And it was this beautiful story that kind of exemplifies the dream world of our day. There was the president. Did you see it on the front page of the Times? I almost fell sideways right off the curb on 57th Street when I got this one. It was the funniest piece of Americana that I've seen in a long time. It seems that they nabbed the president of one of the major automobile concerns with $450,000 in his jeans. and the PR men immediately stepped in and said, Mr. L.B. Watanabe has arrived at a settlement with the Watanabe Motor Company for $450,000, which apparently came about through a mistake in bookkeeping and a mistake in aims. We have reached a settlement. Mr. Watanabe has resigned. I could see the settlement. Can't you see them dragging this guy in from his plush office, kicking and screaming, 2 FBI men on each side, and one guy behind him with a sawed-off shotgun, and they drag him in, and the money is all taken out of his $450,000 by a misunderstanding of the bookkeeping methods. And they lay it out, and they say, all right, Charlie, now what? It's either the pokey or hand the dough over. He hands the dough over, and a settlement has been reached. A settlement. This is a settlement in our time. You see, it somehow sounds like good, solid, substantial citizens have gotten down and sat down and talked it over. You see, Hitler pointed it out, you know, a long time ago. I must say he did. Hitler said that the way that big people can get by with it is that little people almost always live lives of complete honesty, and cannot comprehend people above them being anything other than they are, only in spades. He must be more honest than I am, whereas it's almost invariably quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. And that's how they got there, you see, being a realist. And by the way, realism is not to be confused with cynicism, my dear. So don't fall into that trap. I mean, this is an old canard that is constantly trotted out by these guys who say, oh, those professional gloom dealers. No, it's not the same thing, you know. And so anyway, I'm in this track. I'd like to describe, most of you have probably never seen a dog race. Let me tell you how a dog race works. Whippets and greyhounds run. And they have this track, it's a little itsy-bitsy track, in a way, you see, and there's all those lights and all these sweating people are sitting around. And they bring the dogs out, and they sort of trot them around back and forth on leashes, and these are just plain, ordinary, dumb dogs, and they're very dumb. Oh, yes, the greyhounds and the whippets are the dumbest creatures this side of an amoeba. And they walk back. I know it's terrible to admit that there's such a thing as a dumb dog, my dear, but there are many dumb dogs, just as there are dumb people. It's interesting to note that the porpoise is about 14,000 miles above the dog in the scale of intellectual values. And very well could be several points above man, incidentally. In fact, I was aboard this cruiser, and there was a whole school of porpoises going alongside of us, giving us the old bazoop every 5 minutes. They'd come out of the water and look at this thing and give us the business again. Man was right back after it. This poor old cruiser had been mothballed with the best of intentions to cut out war. And now we've taken off all the shades and we're back at it again. And the porpoises go on. I mean, who is right, you know? Poor clowns. And so I'm sitting at the dog track, sweating away, wearing my full-dress uniform, my PFC suit, looking out there, and I have my 75-cents bet on number 7, which was a thin, really ribby-looking creature. very moth-eaten, and they were walking them back and forth out there. I had never seen a dog race. Let me describe it. And all these dogs were brought together in a little mob, and put into little chutes, and their little tethers were taken off, and there was a ringing of a bell. Boing! No, it's not cruel at all, my dear. No. Wait till I tell you what happens. There's no cruelty involved. I mean, when is there going to be a society called the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Us? I mean, to get us out of this crummy race. I mean, that's what I want. I mean, I'm talking about the great race. You know what I know. Have you ever had anybody call you on the phone and say, "How is it going, Charlie?" How is it going? Well, I'm going to ask you, how is it going? You know what the it is that I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be fantastic if it was taken off of your back? If you could forget all those miserable things, when you're 3 years old, they begin to drum into you that ambition is the soul of honor and goodness. And as a matter of fact, almost invariably, the world has been undone by ambition. All the worst tyrants in history were the most ambitious people in history. Every one of them, every last single one. Do you remember when Castro came in? I don't want political office, he said. I don't want to have anything to do with the army. I'm going to come back and study law again. Yes, sir, that's my baby. Oh, sir, don't mean maybe. And each one of us is just as bad. Give you 30 seconds in the boss's chair and you would become a fiend. Believe me, an absolute, utter, and complete fiend. It's in there within every one of us. Don't think for a minute you're any different. And the reason you're so wonderful is because you've gotten nowhere. Believe me. You have not been given the chance to wield the axe. Given the chance, look out. Nellie, bar the door. And if you couldn't wield the axe, you would never get into that seat. Ever. It's just the rule of thumb of the nature of the jungle. But nevertheless, I'm sitting there, and I'm watching these dogs, and here is the significant point. Suddenly, up pops in front of these dogs a rabbit. A phony rabbit. Let me tell you, it was the phoniest rabbit I've ever seen, and I've seen some phony rabbits in my day. I've worked for some. As a matter of fact, I happen to work now for a genuine rabbit, but a rabbit, And so, nevertheless, I mean, I got nothing against rabbits. But then again, I've got nothing for rabbits either. I can tell you this very definitely. I mean, I can take rabbits or leave them alone, And so this rabbit popped up out of the track and started to run on a track, a little metal mechanical deal. And these dogs took out like idiots after this rabbit, obviously a mechanical rabbit. And they're running like mad. And the rabbit is going, and everything is hot, and all the people jumping up and hollering. And the rabbit is about 2 jumps ahead of the dogs. And every time the dogs begin to catch up, the guy advances the speed of the rabbit a little bit. He's got a control board. And they run even faster. And then the rabbit goes fast. And they run like mad. They'll finally, they all go across the finish line, and the rabbit disappears into the ground. And they lead him off the track sweating, waiting for the next heat. Next time they'll get that rabbit. Each one of them says as he's led into his pen. Doesn't that sound familiar? Doesn't that sound familiar, Daddy? Whose life are we describing? Huh? You know what happens when one of the rabbits is caught by a dog? I'll tell you. It happens quite often. Oh, yes. The dog catches up with the rabbit, and he merely gets knocked on his duff. It is an electrical rabbit that has 4 electrodes sticking out of the back end, and as soon as the dog catches up, pow! On his keister. He gets up and shakes his head and starts to run again, which somehow is precisely what we're all involved in. Yes, sir, that's my baby. Speaking of rabbits, this is WOR AM and FM New York. And we will be here until, I mean, you can't... You see, the point being here, there is no point, actually. There's no point. I just told you the story of the dogs. I mean, I could just see this little old lady out in Staten Island. What is this idiot talking about? Would you please change the dial, Elmer, and get me some good music? Get her some good music, please. Good American music. Yes. Ah, yes, madam. Good American music for you. There. There we are. Isn't that better, madam? This makes sense, doesn't it? Good sound sense. That's much better, Elmer. You've finally gotten rid of that idiot. Heaven's sakes, I don't know how they allow people of that kind to get on the radio. These beatnik types. Always talking about dog races. I can't stand it. I love dogs. Obviously, Madam loves people. And Shepard persists in speaking of them. And the poor, senseless rabbits that they pursue endlessly. Endlessly through thousands of miles of Walt Disney film, with the same scenery going past them hour after hour. Would you please get that idiot off who keeps interrupting the music? Yes, madam. Poor vous. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, in this day, in this moment of our history, 1960, we are playing the Everything is Going to Be All Right polka by the 10 million sighing somatic strings, lulling you eternally in a bath of amniotic fluid. Of course you've got more automobiles than ever before. And more air conditioners, too. There's no question about that. And you're more, of course, certainly more secure than you ever were. You've made your third payment already on that plot in that friendly eternal resting place out on Long Island, close to the bus station, where your friends can... And by the way, it's non-segregated. It's purely democratic. But you have assured yourself of a preferred position by buying early. Oh, don't stop. Don't stop. Oh, can you imagine the terrible sight of an American who has suddenly been weaned from his mood music? Is out there on that dark, cruel sea. Shall I tell you the awful truth, my dear? That on our warships that are plunging out over that dark Stygian main, there is a loudspeaker in every gun turret that plays mood music? Yes, I'm telling you the truth. And they're also playing The Barbarians Are at the Gates Waltz. For all of you who have gathered to dream for just a moment, for a year, for a decade, maybe for a century. This is such pretty music, Albert. There. Don't you feel better now? It's so nice to get out of the rat race. Have you noticed that... I'd like to point out one thing. Have any of you ever seen rats racing? And we eternally call it the rat race. Actually, what you're talking about is the people race. I've never once seen a rat race another rat. As long as I've been around. And I've been around, you know, baby. I've been around. Speaking of being around and getting there, the next time you fly the coop, or at least make the poor, pitiful attempt, you can never do it. Don't think for a moment you can. No matter where you go, you are you. And the saddest sight is the sight of a tourist 1,000,000 miles away from home trying to find another him. Trying to find another him, you see. He stands and looks at the Fontana di Trevi and the great waters are rising and falling, and he's wearing his Tom McCann shoes, and he is still literally, thoroughly, and completely him. He will never be anything other than that. He is always an eternal observer, as we all are. And so the poor Italian coming out of the dank little doorway just outside of, let's say, the square of Tritone, he comes out and he has his little postcards, and he looks at you, and he himself can never escape being himself. We are eternally this way. I would suggest that the next time you make the poor, pitiful attempt, you do it via Lufthansa. At least you will be lulled for a moment. 14,000 miles above the sea. No wonder we love jet flying. It's the most unreal kind of flying there is. I mean, you don't even see the ground in a jet. You are totally and thoroughly in limbo. You are. You know what I'd like to do? I wish some airline, and I'm going to make this suggestion. You know, I sat with a Lufthansa executive, and we talked about this thing. And they have some of these beautiful old DC-6s. I love the DC-6. And these beautiful old Super Connies, which I think is the most graceful of all aircraft. I wish somebody would dig out a biplane. A real biplane with open cockpits. 2 open cockpits, you know. A biplane, in case those of you who are completely bred and born in the jets and don't know what a biplane is. A biplane is a thing that has, I'll tell you, it's like if you took a piece of the Venetian blind, you know, and you cut it off, and it's got 2 things sticking out from each side, and it's got a great big thing sticking up in the back, and wheels hanging down. I'd like to ride in an airplane again that has wheels hanging down, you know. And I'd get in the front cockpit, and they'd strap me in, you see, thoroughly, just strap me in with my leather jacket and a great big cloud of sheepskin up around my neck. And then I would have my leather helmet pulled down over my eyes, great big goggles, and I would sit there, and they, of course, there would be a white silk handkerchief that would flow back in the breeze. And I'd sit there, and the pilot would get behind me, and he'd say, "We're taking off." And he'd holler, "Contact!" And the mechanic would grab a hold of the prop. And by George, we'd be flying. And away we go. Can you imagine what a sensation it would cause if one airline, I don't care what airline it would be, just name it, Lufthansa, TWA, KLM, announces that they have a biplane flight now available for the true aficionados who really want to do it. You know, there would be a line of 8 million guys waiting to fly via open biplane. I mean, the dangerous kind of plane that could very well be lost off Greenland forever. I would be the first in line. I don't know why, but I would be there. Wouldn't it be a tremendous thing? And I'm sitting there talking to this guy. I says, you know, why don't they keep a couple of these old, you know, the real airplanes on the routes for people who like to sit for 14 hours? You know, who just like the old steamers. I can't think of anything better than to take a long 1-week steamship ride. Really, seriously. Or to fly for 14 hours over this airplane that just quietly flies along. But you get into a jet. Now, I've flown into the interior of Europe on a jet. It's a strange sensation. To those of you who have never flown a jet, it is the most unreal sensation that you can imagine. It is really indicative of our time. That flying to Europe has been reduced, I think, to a kind of, you know, like throwing away an old used Kleenex or something. You don't even think twice about it. Let me tell you about the first time I saw Kleenexes. You know, it's funny. I remember some of these things make a vivid impression. I had this teacher named Miss Shields who was very advanced. Miss Shields had already, in that period, given up Winnie the Pooh and was deep in Little Orphan Annie and Annie Rooney. And she used to read us out by the hours. She used to read us Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. And I remember one day Miss Shields, who had kind of yellow, you know, the kind of hair that is wiry, that sticks out like a great cloud from the head. She was always wearing kind of a Brillo pad made out of hair. And Miss Shields is rimless glasses and thin and transparent. And Miss Shields is eternal. She was the only one I ever known, really, who could honestly weep over Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. Literally weep. And great tears would flow down from behind her rimless glasses when she's reading the story of the balloon fairies. And she's, yeah, I mean, she was really ahead of her time. I mean, she could have been she could have been a woman commentator today, way ahead of her time. And so Miss Shields is standing up there reading us Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. And I'm noticing that as she finishes each paragraph that was particularly poignant, she would take something out of her purse, a white handkerchief, and blow her nose. That ladylike nose blow, you know, that little wiping back and forth. And she had one of these razor-like noses that bent from side to side when she would wipe. This is a librarian nose. And she would wipe it back and forth, and then she would tuck it into her purse again. And she would go, and Raggedy Ann said to Raggedy Andy, "Oh, my, the pirates are after us now. Please come away with me, Raggedy Ann." And she would read this, and she would go on, and she would blow her nose again. And then occasionally she would reach into her purse and take out another one and drop the others into the wastebasket. I couldn't imagine what she was doing. I came from a bandana handkerchief, a real bandana family. Big red things and yellow and green. I haven't had a good blue bandana in years. And this is the kind of fan. And she's throwing these things away. Do you know what I did after class? I'll tell you exactly. It's an awful thing. This is a real confession. I looked in the wastebasket to see what they were. And they were paper. I had never seen Kleenex before. And it was kind of a shock. You know, it was the beginning of the plastic world. And I went home and I said, "Hey, Mom, Miss Shields blows her nose in paper." I had the wrong idea. I thought it was another kind of paper, actually. And she says, "Well, yeah, she's using Kleenex." I said, "Kleenex? What's Kleenex, Ma?" She says, she's standing over there by the sink in her rump-sprung bathrobe, and she says, "Kleenex is paper handkerchiefs, Ma." I says, "But doesn't Miss Shields have real handkerchiefs?" She says, "Kleenexes are real handkerchiefs." I says, "Ma, they're paper." She says, "But they're real handkerchiefs." I says, "But what about my handkerchiefs?" I take my bandana out of my pocket. She says, "That's a bandana." I said, "But it's a handkerchief." She says, "No, it's a bandana. Miss Shields is using Kleenexes." My mother was going the way of all flesh. And little did I know it. And everywhere, of course, it was the beginning, you see. It was the beginning of the slow transposition to where today now you can buy a sweater that is called virgin nylon. You see, that it's gotten rid of that old crummy wool stuff that we used to have, you know, that old miserable cashmere. And now we have virgin nylon. Can you imagine a guy who can't afford virgin nylon? And so please, don't leave me. Hey, Ed. Hey, don't leave me. Don't leave me. Don't. I need a little shot of dream here. That's better. Give it a little wow. That'll make it good. That's what we need. You see, the truth comes out in the most unexpected of all places and tells about our deep-seated fears. As you know, almost all of you are aware that womankind has almost completely abdicated her role in the world of today. Almost completely. But her conscience will not allow her to do so. Man himself, and I'm speaking in the small letter man, he too has abdicated his role. His role of the slayer of saber-toothed tigers, the cracker of clamshells, the ranter and the roarer against the great bolts of lightning that come out of that darkening sky. He no longer rants. He no longer roars. He no longer feels the dark, cutting surge of overwhelming anger. This was man's role. Woman's role has, too, been abdicated. And so we must somehow gain, if possible, the vicarious substitute. And so man after man buys magazines where women fold out in a 3-color spread that remind him of the days when he really chased real women. And he calls it Playboy. Women buy magazines that remind them that there were once days when they were women, and they grated cabbages, and they broke eggs into bowls. And so they, too, remind themselves by hanging bronze-plated cabbage graters on the walls of imitation pine-paneled kitchens. You walk through the kitchen on your way to the Chinese restaurant, night after night, in many East Side apartments. The kitchen has become a repository for a kind of museums of consciences. And hanging on the walls are great bronze-plated pans that once were used for boiling potatoes and are now only used to look at. I even know one chick who has a bronze-plated meat grinder. How basic can you get? The kind that Aunt Min used to stand and shove great chunks of beef into, and sat and grind up the bone and the gristle and all for Uncle Carl's hamburger. She did it just to bug him because she'd thrown his teeth down the air shaft months before, and he just sat there. One time he gummed one of her hamburger balls for over 4 weeks, just gummed it and sucked. But Aunt Min knew what she was doing. It was a war of attrition all the way. And I know this chick on the east side who has a bronze-plated meat grinder. It's right out of The American Home, a handy decorating hint. You see. Oh, yes. I foresee the day when automatic washers will become the antique of our time. The automatic washer. Because there is a man who brings the linens and who leaves. There is a man who brings the dish towel and then leaves. I know apartments where the dish towel hangs only as an old artifact. Just hangs on the wall there, and it's beautifully embroidered. It hasn't seen a dish other than those dishes that are hanging on the wall for years. It's like the appendix. And so womankind has too abdicated her role, just as man no longer finds it possible to be angry, to stalk the wary saber-toothed tiger next to the water cooler. We have both abdicated, and the truth is coming out. Please, give me a little more of that truth music. Truth, American version. Did you read the little news note that came, of all places, in the Trenton Evening Times? Friday, May 20th, 1960. I have included this in my great catalog of how things really were, so that 10,000 years from now, when people dig up our art, they get no idea what the world is like looking at Henry Moore, believe me. They'll get no idea looking at Picasso. But they will get an idea of how we are when they read this. Listen to this. Speaking of womankind abdicating her place and mankind abdicating his, we have to have a symbolic conscience, though, that reminds us of once we were, this we were. A little note from the Trenton Evening Times. I quote, "Have you ever noticed that more and more of the gasoline signs hanging outside service stations are oval in shape? Have you ever noticed that? And many of them are pure white and glow in the dark. Oval shape. What does that remind you of?" Yes, sirree, Bob. It is no accident. An industrial designing firm applied Freudian psychology and concluded that since over 60% of the customers are female, the gasoline signs ought to appeal to them. And what does that ovoid shape remind you of? It's a 3-letter word that often pops up in New York Times crossword puzzle and begins with an O. The second letter is a V. The oval shape was chosen because it is said to, quote, and we are quoting the industrial firm, a symbol of the mother relationship, the egg and the home. As mother whistles down US 1 in her Jag 140D. Mother, 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 we salute thee. Would you please fill her up, young man? And mother reaffirms her motherhood once again to the tune of $4.61 worth of 105 proof. Have you noticed gasoline is becoming a Freudian thing? Have you noticed this? Oh, yes, gasoline is no longer sold on its octane or what it does. Oh, indeed. There is a series of TV commercials that scared the wits out of me. It shows this desperate-looking guy. He's sitting there, and he's got a crew cut and a low forehead. Believe me, he's got a low forehead. Have you seen this guy? He's a desperate, and he's got this nervous-looking chick sitting next to him, and he's looking around very impatiently. He's looking for the guy. Obviously, he's looking for the gas station attendant, and he's pulled into a gas station. He's looking around, right? That nervous, irritated, rotten look that you see on the face of everyone running after the mechanical rabbit. And the announcer says, "Men on the go, men of action, choose Watanabe gasoline every time." And he's the guy that I'm always afraid of every time I'm driving. He's that guy that goes, that cuts, that fantastic character that leaps from stop sign to stop sign and from stop street to stop street. He now has a special gasoline made for him. La-da-da-dee. Men on the go. And there will be a gasoline one day, believe me, that will be sold to the contemplative man. Chooses Walden gasoline. And it'll show a guy driving along to the countryside thinking beautiful thoughts. And then there will be one sold to the concerned man. And there'll be this guy he's reading the New York Times editorial, and you see him. And coming out of his TV set next to them is the grim, concerned face of Edward R. Murrow. The concerned man uses realist gasoline. So keep your eye out, baby, for the gas station of your choice. Be sure it has that right. Oh, of course, you can't help but, everywhere. Everywhere. A guy said to me the other day, he says, has it ever occurred to you that we all might be the victims of subliminal propaganda of one kind or other? And he says, wouldn't it be fantastic if somebody decided to use this? I said, but we wouldn't know it if they were. Remember, that's what the whole idea of subliminal is, Jack. He says, yeah. He looked at me. Yeah. And he was wearing his washable, wearable suit. And he was wearing his washable, wearable life. And he was striding into the sunset on Madison Avenue. And you could just see the very edges, the very tips of the great rivers on either side of us. Way down, when you look west and you look east, you can see those eternal waters. And speaking of the eternal waters, do you remember the story of that ship that sank out here in the East River just a few weeks ago? This ship was coming along, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Get this now. This is right here in the heart of good old friendly Manhattan. And you, of course, are aware that the street department, and get this, Jack, the street department is still maintaining hunting teams who spend their nights hunting throughout the water supply system of New York, deep under the subways, way down under your feet, hunting alligators. Do you know that there are alligators living right under the surface of Manhattan? Everyone says, "Oh, no, it can't be." Oh, yes, it is. And you know where they came from? There was a tremendous fad, if you remember a few years ago, people buying alligators and sending them back from Florida. You remember those? For $1 and sending them back to Cousin Min in the Bronx? Yes. Well, what happened after you have an alligator around the house for a while, you get kind of tired of the look on its face. And what do you do with an alligator? You don't throw them out, you just toss them out in the garbage. Well, what happened with most people is where most, it's a funny little thing. Yes, they wound up in the water supply. Guess how? But the thing about an alligator, baby, is that he's amphibious. And more than that, he's highly adaptable. And that water supply system down under the streets of New York is kept at a constant temperature, It does not freeze down there. And so they grew to great size until this very day, right under your feet, 14-foot alligators are stalking. And little men with little lights on their helmets are looking for them. Just thought you ought to know. And so that ship is going along the East River at 3 o'clock in the morning right by the UN building. the central heart of the nerve system of all assembled humanity, when suddenly something on the bottom of the river, something on the bottom of the East River, that friendly old river out there, ripped the bottom of this boat right out. Do you know how much of a rip it made in it? There were 20 compartments in this ship, which was almost 800 feet long. It ripped a line right down the middle of the ship through 16 of the compartments, like a gigantic can opener. And at last reports, they still hadn't found what it was. Under the East River. All the guy could say, "We're sinking, Charlie." And they drove it up on the beach right next to the, symbolically enough, right next to the UN building. Where better for a sinking ship to be pulled up? To remind the natives, to remind the denizens of what it's like. And the water is pouring in. Speaking of the water, we have with us tonight the Paper Book Gallery. Deep down dark in the heart of seething Greenwich Village. And it does seethe. And I would like to recommend that if you're taking the village thing tonight, if you got nothing to do, I can think of no better place to go to spend your... You know, interestingly enough, the Paper Book Gallery is becoming recognized more as a place to go than as a place to buy books. Isn't that sad? I said, "Oh, yeah, I went to the paper book." I says, "What did you get?" He said, "Oh, I don't buy no books." He just goes and stands around with Schopenhauer glaring at him and Kant and Kierkegaard. And incidentally, the one who would understand that most of all is Kafka, looking down at this poor clown bathing himself in the aura of books. Well, if you'd like to do it, it's the Paper Book Gallery down on Sheridan Square. And remember, it's the Paper Book Gallery. They have deliberately placed 4 steps in which you go down to get into this place. It reminds you of the mortality of which you are part of. You can't escape it. And you will find that this is undoubtedly one of the most intriguing shops of any kind you've ever been in New York City. There are 2 of them. There's one on 3rd Street. And incidentally, the one on 3rd Street, by the way, the gallery will be open till 2 o'clock this morning. The greatest collection of paper books probably in America. But 2 doors down from the one on 3rd Street, at 82 West 3rd Street, is Yin and Yang, which unquestionably, to me at least, is one of the finest Oriental restaurants in New York. And according to Gourmet magazine, is one of the finest 5 Oriental restaurants in the United States, which I will not go so far as saying. You know, I'm beginning to have a great unfaith in reviewers. Reviewers obviously are emotional people. I wonder what Walter Kerr thinks every time he walks past that sign that says, "A best blah, 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 musical I've seen in years." You know, the one with a 4-letter word in it. And it's literally one of the worst. So, what happened that night anyway? Too many olives. But nevertheless, Yin and Yang at 82 West 3rd Street is truly one of the finest Oriental restaurants in America. And they are open on Sunday. You'll find, and it's very difficult to find a good restaurant open in New York on Sunday. And if you're going out for dinner, you'll find them open tonight till 10. You'll find them open, 10, 11. They're open till 1. And you'll find them open till 2 o'clock in the morning, most weeknights. And they open at noon tomorrow, and they will be open until midnight. And this is 82 West 3rd Street, Yin and Yang, and they have a bar. They have a bar. Now. You see, he jumped over his air conditioner. It was only a drop of 35 feet. That's the point, you see. Over the air conditioner.
Over WOR Radio, your station for news.
A man with drive.
A man with drive. Yes.
It's modern, it moves fast, and it hits hard. That's right. It's the Army. This is the Army Hour, reporting the Army's far-flung operations. For were the men who stood fast and earned the nickname Rock of the Marne, who followed the long road from Casablanca to Salzburg to Kumsang, whose motto is, "We're staying there." For those men of the 3rd Infantry Division, past and present, here is the division's own song by the United States Army Band and Chorus, The Dog-Faced Soldier.
I wouldn't give a bean to be a fancy pet marine. I'd rather be a dog-faced soldier like I am. I wouldn't trade my old OD for all the Navy's dungarees, for I'm the walking pride of Uncle Sam. On all the posters that I read, it says the Army builds men, so the daring me down to build me over again. I'm just a dog-faced soldier with a rifle on my shoulder that I took from Casablanca to Bombay. Oh, keep me ammunition, keep me in my old division. You're a dog-faced soldier, boys, okay, okay. I wouldn't give a bean to be a fancy pants marine. I'd rather be a dog-faced soldier like I am. I wouldn't trade my old ODs for all the Navy's dungarees, for I'm the walking pride of Uncle Sam. On all the posters that I read, it says the Army builds men, so the daring me down to build me over again. I'm just a dog-faced soldier with a rifle on my shoulder that I took from Casablanca to Bombay. Keep me ammunition, keep me in my old division. You're a dog-faced soldier, boys, okay, okay. You're a dog-faced soldier, boys, okay.
One of the 3rd Division's most illustrious names is now a well-known motion picture actor, but he will always be remembered in the history of the United States Army as the most decorated soldier of World War II. That would be none other than Audie Murphy, of course, whom we meet now as we call in our Army Hour reporter, PFC Ralph McDermott, in Western Germany.
This is Army PFC Ralph McDermott of the 3rd Infantry Division's Information Office speaking. Visiting our microphone this afternoon is Mr. Audie Murphy, the most decorated soldier in America and currently a celebrated actor. While on a film location here in Western Germany, Audie Murphy had the opportunity to visit his former unit, the 3rd Infantry Division. Audie, welcome back to the 3rd Division.
Thanks, Ralph. It's good to be back again.
What is the subject of the film you are making at the present time?
Ralph, this film is a documentary made in cooperation with the Defense Department and has to do with the role that missiles play in our modern Army.
What are your impressions of the equipment you've seen in our modern Army?
Well, of course, since I was in the Army some 15 years ago, so equipment certainly has changed a lot, and I might say all for the better. And I've been very much impressed with a lot of it, and especially in the role of the missiles.
Audie, what has impressed you the most as to the combat preparedness of our modern Army?
Well, I would say that the addition of the missiles to a regular infantry outfit seems almost unbelievable, and when I think back on the equipment that we fought with during World War II, I would say that was about the most impressive thing that I've noted so far.
Will our Army Hour listeners, both here in Germany and in the States, be able to see the film you are making today?
I'm sure they will, Ralph. It'll be shown as a public service, and I don't know what your television facilities are over here, but I'm sure that it will be shown on television in the States. And I imagine you'll see it in your theaters here in Western Germany also.
Why was Western Germany chosen as a site for this documentary film?
Well, we have our major units of NATO stationed here, and it is one of the most important links in our chain of defense.
What are your impressions of present-day Germany?
There's certainly been a lot of changes since I was here before, and it's astonishing the recovery that the country has made on the whole.
Audie, it's been quite a few years since your days of active duty. Does the Army seem strange to you now?
No, I can't say that it does. Of course, I've had a few years of reserve and National Guard training in between World War II and now, but I love the Army, so I always feel at home.
What are your plans when you've completed this film in our modern Army?
Ralph, I've been making a television series in Hollywood called Whispering Smith. It's a Western detective series, and I have about 7 more of those to do immediately after returning from this trip.
Can you advise soldiers today on how to best prepare themselves to meet an active emergency should it arise?
Ralph, if they're paying attention to their training, I'm sure they're getting the finest advice available along those lines. However, I'd like to remind them of one thing that I've known for years, and that the Russians have a slogan, hard on the training field, easy in battle. And I think that's true. I think it's something we might give a little thought to ourselves. And so when you are training, pay strict attention and put all you have in it, because it'll make anything that arises later on a lot easier.
Otto, you served with the 15th Infantry, which was then, as it is now, an integral part of the 3rd Infantry Division. In what campaigns did you serve with the 15th Infantry Regiment?
I joined the 15th Infantry B Company in North Africa and remained with them throughout World War II from that point on. So that was by way of Sicily and Italy, Anzio, southern France, Germany, of course, and Austria.
The 15th Infantry at the present time is on maneuvers here in western Germany, and unfortunately you were unable to visit the unit. You have a few words you'd like to direct to the men currently serving with the 15th Infantry Regiment.
Ralph, I'd just like to say to them, I'm very sorry that I missed them, but I know how important these field trips are in their training. That should come first above everything else. I'm sorry our schedule won't allow us to stay in the area until they come back, but perhaps I'll get together with them somewhere down the line.
We certainly hope so, Ollie Murphy, and thank you very much for visiting our Army Hour microphone this afternoon. Now, this is Army PSC Ralph McDermott of the 3rd Infantry Division in Germany, returning you to the...
Reverend Mesa, Reverend Rock, I'm grateful for your generous invitation to state my views. While the so-called religious issue is necessarily and properly the chief topic here tonight, I want to emphasize from the outset that I believe that we have far more critical issues in the 1960 campaign. The spread of communist influence until it now festers only 90 miles from the coast of Florida, the humiliating treatment of our president and vice president by those who no longer respect our power, the hungry children I saw in West Virginia, the old people who cannot pay their doctor's bills, the families forced to give up their farms, an America with too many slums, with too few schools, and too late to the moon and outer space. These are the real issues which should decide this campaign, and they are not religious issues. For war and hunger and ignorance and despair know no religious barrier. But because I am a Catholic, and no Catholic has ever been elected president, the real issues in this campaign have been obscured, perhaps deliberately, in some quarters less responsible than this. So it is apparently necessary for me to state once again, not what kind of church I believe in, for that should be important only to me, but what kind of America I believe in. I believe in an America where the separation of church and state is absolute, where no Catholic prelate would tell the president, should he be Catholic, how to act, and no Protestant minister would tell his parishioners for whom to vote, where no church or church school is granted any public funds or political preference, and where no man is denied public office merely because his religion differs from the president who might appoint him or the people who might elect him. I believe in an America that is officially neither Catholic, Protestant, nor Jewish, where no public official either requests or accepts instructions on public policy from the Pope, the National Council of Churches, or any other ecclesiastical source, where no religious body seeks to impose its will, directly or indirectly, upon the general populace or the public acts of its officials, and where religious liberty is so indivisible that an act against one church is treated as an act against all. For while this year it may be a Catholic against whom the finger of suspicion is pointed. In other years, it has been, and may someday be again, a Jew, or a Quaker, or a Unitarian, or a Baptist. It was Virginia's harassment of Baptist preachers, for example, that led to Jefferson's Statute of Religious Freedom. Today I may be the victim, but tomorrow it may be you, until the whole fabric of our harmonious society is ripped apart at a time of great national peril. Finally, I believe in an America where religious intolerance will someday end, where all men and all churches are treated as equals, where every man has the same right to attend or not to attend the church of his choice, where there is no Catholic vote, no anti-Catholic vote, no block voting of any kind, and where Catholics, Protestants, and Jews, at both the lay and the pastoral levels, will refrain from those attitudes of disdain and division which have so often marred their works in the past, and promote instead the American ideal of brotherhood. That is the kind of America in which I believe, and it represents the kind of presidency in which I believe. A great office that must be neither humbled by making it the instrument of any religious group, nor tarnished by arbitrarily withholding its occupancy from the members of any one religious group. I believe in a president whose views on religion are his own private affair, neither imposed upon him by the nation, nor imposed by the nation upon him as a condition to holding that office. I would not look with favor upon a president working to subvert the First Amendment's guarantees of religious liberty, nor would our system of checks and balances permit him to do so. And neither do I look with favor upon those who would work to subvert Article 6 of the Constitution by requiring a religious test, even by indirection. For if they disagree with that safeguard, they should be openly working to repeal it. I want a chief executive whose public acts are responsible to all and obligated to none, who can attend any ceremony, service, or dinner his office may appropriately require him to fulfill, and whose fulfillment of his presidential office is not limited or conditioned by any religious oath, ritual, or obligation. This is the kind of America I believe in, and this is the kind of America I fought for in the South Pacific, and the kind my brother died for in Europe. No one suggested then that we might have a divided loyalty, that we did not believe in liberty, or that we belonged to a disloyal group that threatened, I quote, the freedoms for which our forefathers died. And in fact, this is the kind of America for which our forefathers did die, when they fled here to escape religious test oaths that denied office to members of less favored churches, when they fought for the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Virginia Statute of Religious Freedom, and when they fought at the shrine I visited today, the Alamo. For side by side with Bowie and Crockett died Fuentes and McCafferty and Bailey and Bedillo and Carey, but no one knows whether they were Catholics or not, for there was no religious test there. I ask you tonight to follow in that tradition, to judge me on the basis of 14 years in the Congress, on my declared stands against an ambassador to the Vatican, against unconstitutional aid to parochial schools, and against any boycott of the public schools, which I attended myself. And instead of doing this, do not judge me on the basis of these pamphlets and publications. We have all seen that carefully select quotations out of context from the statements of Catholic Church leaders, usually in other countries, frequently in other centuries, and rarely relevant to any situation here, and always omitting, of course, the statement of the American bishops in 1948, which strongly endorsed church-state separation, and which more nearly reflects the views of almost every American Catholic. I do not consider these other quotations binding upon my public acts. Why should you? But let me say, with respect to other countries, that I am wholly opposed to the state being used by any religious group Catholic or Protestant, to compel, prohibit, or prosecute the free exercise of any other religion. And that goes for any persecution at any time by anyone in any country. And I hope that you and I condemn with equal fervor those nations which deny their presidency to Protestants and those which deny it to Catholics. And rather than cite the misdeeds of those who differ, I would also cite the record of the Catholic Church in such nations as France and Ireland, and the independence of such statesmen as de Gaulle and Adenauer. But let me stress again that these are my views. For contrary to common newspaper usage, I am not the Catholic candidate for president. I am the Democratic Party's candidate for president, who happens also to be a Catholic. I do not speak for my church on public matters, and the church does not speak for me. Whatever issue may come before me as president, if I should be elected, on birth control, divorce, censorship, gambling, or any other subject, I will make my decision in accordance with these views, in accordance with what my conscience tells me to be in the national interest, and without regard to outside religious pressure or dictates. And no power or threat of punishment could cause me to decide otherwise. But if the time should ever come, and I do not concede any conflict to be remotely possible, when my office would require me to either violate my conscience or violate the national interest, then I would resign the office, and I hope any other conscientious public servant would do likewise. But I do not intend to apologize for these views to my critics of either Catholic or Protestant faith, nor do I intend to disavow either my views or my church in order to win this election. If I should lose on the real issues, I shall return to my seat in the Senate, satisfied that I tried my best and was fairly judged. But if this election is decided on the basis that 40 million Americans lost their chance of being president on the day they were baptized, then it is the whole nation that will be the loser in the eyes of Catholics and non-Catholics around the world, in the eyes of history, and in the eyes of our own people. But if, on the other hand, I should win this election, then I shall devote every effort of mind and spirit to fulfilling the oath of the presidency, practically identical, I might add, with the oath I have taken for 14 years in the Congress. For without reservation, I can, and I quote, solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, so help me God.
You, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear.
I, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, do solemnly swear
that you will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States
And will, to the best of your ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God. Vice President Johnson, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Justice, President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, President Truman, Reverend clergy, fellow citizens. We observe today not a victory of party, but a celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning, signifying renewal
as well as change. For I have sworn before you and Almighty God the same solemn oath our forebears prescribed nearly a century and 3/4 ago. The world is very different now, for man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still at issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We dare not forget today that we are the heirs of that first revolution. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans born in this century, tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing of those human rights to which this nation has always been committed and to which we are committed today at home and around the world. Let every nation know, whether it wishes us well or ill, that we shall pay any price, bear any burden, meet any hardship, support any friend, oppose any foe to assure the survival and the success of liberty. This much we pledge and more. To those old allies whose cultural and spiritual origins we share, we pledge the loyalty of faithful friends. United, there is little we cannot do in a host of cooperative ventures. Divided, there is little we can do, for we dare not meet a powerful challenge at odds and split asunder. To those new states whom we welcome to the ranks of the free, we pledge our word that one form of colonial control shall not have passed away merely to be replaced by a far more iron tyranny. We shall not always expect to find them supporting our view, but we shall always hope to find them strongly supporting their own freedom, and to remember that in the past, those who foolishly sought power by riding the back of the tiger ended up inside. To those people in the huts and villages of half the globe struggling to break the bonds of mass misery, we pledge our best efforts to help them help themselves for whatever period is required, not because the communists may be doing it, not because we seek their votes, but because it is right. If a free society cannot help the many who are poor, it cannot save the few who are rich. To our sister republics south of our border, we offer a special pledge to convert our good words into good deeds, in a new alliance for progress, to assist free men and free governments in casting off the chains of poverty. But this peaceful revolution of hope cannot become the prey of hostile powers. Let all our neighbors know that we shall join with them to oppose aggression or subversion anywhere in the Americas. And let every other power know that this hemisphere intends to remain the master of its own house. To that World Assembly of Sovereign States, the United Nations, our last best hope, in an age where the instruments of war have far outpaced the instruments of peace, we renew our pledge of support to prevent it from becoming merely a forum for invective, to strengthen its shield of the new and the weak, and to enlarge the area in which its writ may run. Finally, to those nations who would make themselves our adversary, we offer not a pledge, but a request that both sides begin anew the quest for peace. Before the dark powers of destruction, unleashed by science, engulf all humanity in planned or accidental self-destruction. We dare not tempt them with weakness, for only when our arms are sufficient beyond doubt can we be certain beyond doubt that they will never be employed. But neither can two great and powerful groups of nations take comfort from our present course, both sides overburdened by the cost of modern weapons, both rightly alarmed by the steady spread of the deadly atom, yet both racing to alter that uncertain balance of terror that stays the hand of mankind's final war. So let us begin anew, remembering on both sides that civility is not a sign of weakness, and sincerity is always subject to proof. Let us never negotiate out of fear, but let us never fear to negotiate. Let both sides explore what problems unite us, instead of belaboring those problems which divide us. Let both sides, for the first time, formulate serious and precise proposals for the inspection and control of arms, and bring the absolute power to destroy other nations under the absolute control of all nations. Let both sides seek to invoke the wonders of science instead of its terrors. Together, let us explore the stars, conquer the desert, eradicate disease, tap the ocean depth, and encourage the arts and commerce. Let both sides unite to heed in all corners of the earth the command of Isaiah to undo the heavy burden and let the oppressed go free. And if a beachhead of cooperation may push back the jungle of suspicion, let both sides join in creating a new endeavor, not a new balance of power, but a new world of law, where the strong are just and the weak secure and the peace preserved. All this will not be finished in the first 100 days, nor will it be finished in the first 1,000 days, nor in the life of this administration, nor even perhaps in our lifetime on this planet. But let us begin. In your hands, my fellow citizens, more than mine, will rest the final success or failure of our course. Since this country was founded, each generation of Americans has been summoned to give testimony to its national loyalty. the graves of young Americans who answered the call to service surround the globe. Now the trumpet summons us again, not as a call to bear arms, though arms we need, not as a call to battle, though in battle we are, but a call to bear the burden of a long twilight struggle, year in and year out, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, a struggle against the common enemies of man, tyranny, poverty, disease, and war itself. Can we forge against these enemies a grand and global alliance, north and south, east and west, that can assure a more fruitful life for all mankind? Will you join in that historic effort? In the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it. I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it. And the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man. Finally, whether you are citizens of America or citizens of the world, ask of us here the same high standards of strength and sacrifice which we ask of you. With a good conscience, our only sure reward, with history the final judge of our deeds, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking His blessing and His help, but knowing that here on earth, God's work must truly be our own.
From the White House in the office of the President of the United States, we present an address by Dwight D. Eisenhower. This is the farewell address for President Eisenhower, whose 8 years as Chief Executive come to an end at noon Friday. Mr. Eisenhower has chosen this time for his final speech. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. First, I should like to express my gratitude to the radio and television networks for the opportunities they have given me over the years to bring reports and messages to our nation. My special thanks go to them for the opportunity of addressing you this evening. 3 days from now, after half a century in the service of our country, I shall lay down the responsibilities of office as, in traditional and solemn ceremony, the authority of the presidency is vested in my successor. This evening, I come to you with a message of leave-taking and farewell, and to share a few final thoughts with you, my countrymen. Like every other citizen, I wish the new president and all who will labor with him Godspeed. I pray that the coming years will be blessed with peace and prosperity for all. Our people expect their President and the Congress to find essential agreement on issues of great moment, the wise resolution of which will better shape the future of the nation. My own relations with the Congress, which began on a remote and tenuous basis when long ago a member of the Senate appointed me to West Point, have since ranged to the intimate during the war and immediate post-war period, and finally to the mutually interdependent during these past 8 years. In this final relationship, the Congress and the administration have, on most vital issues, cooperated well to serve the nation good rather than mere partisanship, and so have assured that the business of the nation should go forward. So my official relationship with the Congress ends in a feeling, on my part, of gratitude that we have been able to do so much together. We now stand 10 years past the midpoint of a century that has witnessed 4 major wars among great nations. 3 of these involved our own country. Despite these holocausts, America is today the strongest, the most influential, and most productive nation in the world. Understandably proud of this preeminence, we yet realize that America's leadership and prestige depend not merely upon our unmatched material progress, riches, and military strength, but on how we use our power in the interest of world peace and human betterment. Throughout America's adventure in free government, our basic purposes have been to keep the peace, to foster progress in human achievement, and to enhance liberty, dignity, and integrity among peoples and among nations. To strive for less would be unworthy of a free and religious people. Any failure traceable to arrogance or our lack of comprehension or readiness to sacrifice would inflict upon us grievous hurt, both at home and abroad. Progress toward these noble goals is persistently threatened by the conflict now engulfing the world. It commands our whole attention, absorbs our very beings. We face a hostile ideology, global in scope, atheistic in character, ruthless in purpose, and insidious in method. Unhappily, the danger it poses promises to be of indefinite duration. To meet it successfully, there is call for not so much the emotional and transitory sacrifices of crisis, but rather those which enable us to carry forward steadily, surely, and without complaint, the burdens of a prolonged and complex struggle with liberty, the stake. Only thus shall we remain, despite every provocation, on our charted course toward permanent peace and human betterment. Crises there will continue to be. In meeting them, whether foreign or domestic, great or small, there is a recurring temptation to feel that some spectacular and costly action could become the miraculous solution to all current difficulties. A huge increase in newer elements of our defenses, development of unrealistic programs to cure every ill in agriculture, a dramatic expansion in basic and applied research. These and many other possibilities, each possibly promising in itself, may be suggested as the only way to the road we wish to travel. But each proposal must be weighed in the light of a broader consideration, the need to maintain balance in and among national programs. Balance between the private and the public economy. Balance between the cost and hoped-for advantages. Balance between the clearly necessary and the comfortably desirable. Balance between our essential requirements as a nation and the duties imposed by the nation upon the individual. Balance between actions of the moment and the national welfare of the future. Good judgment seeks balance in progress. Lack of it eventually finds imbalance and frustration. The record of many decades stands as proof that our people and their government have, in the main, understood these truths and have responded to them well in the face of threat and stress. But threats, new in kind or degree, constantly arise. Of these I mention two only. A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. Our military organization today bears little relation to that known of any of my predecessors in peacetime, or indeed by the fighting men of World War II or Korea. Until the latest of our world conflicts, the United States had no armaments industry. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. Added to this, 3.5 million men and women are directly engaged in the defense establishment. We annually spend on military security alone more than the net income of all United States corporations. Now, this conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We recognize the imperative need for this development, yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. Our toil, resources, and livelihood are all involved. So is the very structure of our society. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes. We should take nothing for granted. Only an alert and knowledgeable citizenry can compel the proper meshing of the huge industrial and military machinery of defense with our peaceful methods and goals, so that security and liberty may prosper together. Akin to and largely responsible for the sweeping changes in our industrial military posture has been the technological revolution during recent decades. In this revolution, research has become central. It also becomes more formalized, complex, and costly. A steadily increasing share is conducted for, by, or at the direction of the federal government. Today, the solitary inventor, tinkering in his shop, has been overshadowed by task in laboratories and testing fields. In the same fashion, the free university, historically the fountainhead of free ideas and scientific discovery, has experienced a revolution in the conduct of research. Partly because of the huge costs involved, a government contract becomes virtually a substitute for intellectual curiosity. For every old blackboard, there are now hundreds of new electronic computers. The prospect of domination of the nation's scholars by federal employment, project allocations, and the power of money is ever present and is gravely to be regarded. Yet in holding scientific research and discovery in respect, as we should, we must also be alert to the equal and opposite danger that public policy could itself become the captive of a scientific, technological elite. It is the task of statesmanship to mold, to balance, and to integrate these and other forces, new and old, within the principles of our democratic system, ever aiming toward the supreme goals of our free society. Another factor in maintaining balance involves the element of time. As we peer into society's future, we, you and I, and our government, must avoid the impulse to live only for today, plundering for our own ease and convenience the precious resources of tomorrow. We cannot mortgage the material assets of our grandchildren without risking the loss also of their political and spiritual heritage. We want democracy to survive for all generations to come, not to become the insolvent phantom of tomorrow. During the long lane of the history yet to be written, America knows that this world of ours, ever growing smaller, must avoid becoming a community of dreadful fear and hate, and be instead a proud confederation of mutual trust and respect. Such a confederation must be one of equals. The weakest must come to the conference table with the same confidence as do we, protected as we are by our moral, economic, and military strength. That table, though scarred by many past frustrations, cannot be abandoned for the certainty agony of disarmament, of the battlefield. Disarmament with mutual honor and confidence is a continuing imperative. Together we must learn how to compose differences, not with arms, but with intellect and decent purpose. Because this need is so sharp and apparent, I confess that I lay down my official responsibilities in this field with a definite sense of disappointment. As one who has witnessed the horror and the lingering sadness of war, as one who knows that another war could utterly destroy this civilization, which has been so slowly and painfully built over thousands of years, I wish I could say tonight that a lasting peace is in sight. Happily, I can say that war has been avoided. Steady progress toward our ultimate goal has been made, but so much remains to be done. As a private citizen, I shall never cease to do what little I can to help the world advance along that road. So in this, my last good night to you as your president, I thank you for the many opportunities you have given me for public service in war and in peace. I trust in that service, you find some things worthy. As for the rest of it, I know you will find ways to improve performance in the future. You and I, my fellow citizens, need to be strong in our faith that all nations under God will reach the goal of peace with justice. May we be ever unswerving in devotion to principle, confident but humble with power, diligent in pursuit of the nation's great goals. To all the peoples of the world, I once more give expression to America's prayerful and continuing aspiration. We pray that peoples of all faiths, all races, all nations may have their great human needs satisfied, that those now denied opportunity shall come to enjoy it to the full, that all who yearn for freedom may experience its spiritual blessings. Those who have freedom will understand also its heavy responsibility, that all who are insensitive to the needs of others will learn charity, and that the scourges of poverty, disease, and ignorance will be made disappear from the earth, and that in the goodness of time, all peoples will come to live together in a peace guaranteed by the binding force of mutual respect and love. Now, on Friday noon, I am to become a private citizen. I am proud to do so. I look forward to it. Thank you, and good night.
NBC News brings you now a recording of Adlai Stevenson's major policy speech on the Congo today before the United Nations Security Council. It's a policy speech that was interrupted by the worst demonstration in the history of the United Nations. We will bring you Mr. Stevenson's speech, which ran calmly for about the first 15 minutes before the violent fist-swinging interruption in the galleries. The interruption ran on until the Security Council chairman, Sir Patrick Dean of Britain, ordered a 5-minute recess until the galleries could be cleared. Here now is Adlai Stevenson's speech before the United Nations Security Council shortly before noon today, New York time. Here is the Security Council, the topic, the Congo crisis and American policy, the voice, Adlai Stevenson.
Mr. President, a few days ago, a new administration took office in the United States. This is the first occasion for the United States, under the leadership of President Kennedy, to speak formally in the Security Council on a question of substance. But first, let me thank you again, all of you both here and abroad, who have welcomed my arrival at this table so graciously and so hopefully. While I cannot fulfill your expectations of miracles to come, I can commit my country, my colleagues, and myself to a tireless effort to make the United Nations successful, to make this great experiment in international collaboration fulfill the dreams of its founders, that one day reason would rule and mankind would be liberated from the everlasting scourge of war. It seems to be my lot, Mr. President, to address you and my colleagues for the first time in a moment of grave crisis in the brief and tragic history of the Congo, and in a moment of equally grave crisis for the United Nations itself. I had hoped it would be otherwise. Within recent days, we have seen successively the withdrawal of 2 national units of the United Nations forces, the violent death of the former Prime Minister Patrice Lumumba, the reported recognition of the Gazenga regime in Stanleyville by the United Arab Republic, and a threat by the USSR to provide unilateral assistance outside the United Nations. What we decide here in the next few days may, we believe, determine or not whether the United Nations will be able in the future to carry on its essential task of preserving the peace and protecting small nations. This is a time for urgent and constructive action. In the midst of passions, it is a time when the Security Council must be calm. In the midst of efforts to destroy the United Nations action in the Congo, it is a time when we must persevere in the interest not only of the Congo, but of all of us, large and small. The choice, as always, is a choice of we, the members of the United Nations. Either we will follow a path toward a constructive and workable solution, or we will follow a path of negative recrimination and self-interest. As a new arrival, listening and talking to delegates, I have wondered sometimes in the past 10 days if everyone is actually thinking about the Congo, a new republic struggling to be born, or if the Congo has been obscured by passions and prejudices about the doctors, Kasavubu, Lumumba, Gazenga, Shombo, and so forth. Opinion seems to be polarizing about them, not about the patient. So it is more important than ever to rally strong support to the United Nations in order to save the patient. For the past fortnight, my country has been consulting on a United Nations program to save the patient, both here and abroad, a program on which there might be agreement by a large majority of United Nations members. That effort, in which so many of us have taken part, must not be abandoned. Indeed, its urgency is only accentuated by the impact of subsequent events. As I said, Mr. President, I had hoped that my first formal remarks to the Security Council on the vexed problems of the Congo could be directed solely to constructive suggestions which would be helpful to the Congolese people in working out their own independence free of outside interference. Instead, I find myself compelled to comment not on constructive suggestions, but on a statement and a proposed resolution by the Soviet Union published in this morning's newspapers, a resolution which is virtually a declaration of war on the United Nations and on the principle of international action on behalf of peace. Permit me to analyze what, stripped of intemperate rhetoric, this statement and this resolution propose. They propose the abandonment of the United Nations effort for peace in the Congo and a surrender of the United Nations to chaos and to civil war. But the statement and the resolution say many things which we are glad to see. Things which support positions that my country has always maintained. As to colonialism, my country fought colonialism in 1776, when, if I may say so, the ancestors of the authors of this statement in the newspapers and this resolution had scarcely stirred beneath their bondage. And we have fought it ever since. My countrymen died to end colonialism in the Philippines, and my countrymen have assisted the Philippine people to attain their present high destiny of complete independence. And my countrymen have died to end colonialism in Cuba, though some Cubans seem to have forgotten it. We rejoice, too, Mr. President, to hear the Soviets denounce political assassination with such vehemence. In this country, it has always been condemned, by whomever committed, whether by Congolese, by colonialists, or by communists. We condemn any violation of human rights, any death without due process of law, whether of African politician, Hungarian patriot, or Tibetan nationalist. The United States stands squarely for the rights of man, individual man, man himself, as against any tyranny, whether it be the tyranny of colonialism or the tyranny of dictatorship or the tyranny of the majority. We note that the Soviets demand that Belgian foreign military and paramilitary aid be withdrawn. We, the United States, insist that all foreign military aid from whatever source and to whatever end be removed from the Congo, and that no such aid be permitted to interfere with the free and independent working out by the Congolese people themselves of their own political destiny. We mean this, and we intend to keep on meaning it. And we mean it with particular reference to the threat which we hope we misinterpret by the Soviet government, and I quote, "It is ready to render all possible assistance and support to a so-called Congolese government in Stanleyville which has no legal status." The United States intends to use its utmost influence and within the framework of the United Nations to see to it that there is no outside interference from whatever source with the Congolese people's working out of their own independence. So, Mr. President, we rejoice that the Soviet Union shares the distaste of the United States for colonialism and joins with us in condemning political assassination and in condemning foreign interference in the Congo. I pass lightly over the Soviet government's petulant attack on the Secretary General and that great office. He needs no defense from me, nor does the institution. His record is an open book, a book which all peace-loving peoples recognize as the record of a dedicated international civil servant whose only loyalty is to international justice and international peace. Let the Soviet government, if it wishes, pretend that he does not exist. It will find that he is far from a disembodied ghost, and it will find that peace-loving states will continue to support his patient search for the right road to security and peace in the Congo and for all peoples. The United Nations may have made mistakes in the Congo, as who has not? But nothing justifies an intemperate and unjustifiable attack on the integrity of the office itself. We note that the United Nations has been denounced with equal vehemence by Kasavubu, by Gazenga, by Shombe, while they also attack each other with equal vehemence. But could there be better testimony of impartiality? And I recall, if you will permit me, that Christian Scripture says, "Woe unto him when all men speak well of him." Neither the UN nor the U.S. seems likely to suffer from neither the United Nations nor the Secretary General seems likely to suffer from the affliction of universal approval. We regret, Mr. President, that the Soviet government does not as yet seem to have seen fit to cooperate with states who truly seek peace in attempting to work out constructive steps for the cooperative solution of the agonizing problems that the Congolese people are now facing. Instead, the Soviet government proposes the complete abandonment of the United Nations operation in the Congo in 1 month. What does this mean? It means, my colleagues, not only the abandonment of the Congo to chaos and to civil war, to, if you please, the Cold War, but it means abandonment of the principle of the United Nations itself. Does anyone doubt that the removal of the United Nations forces would mean chaos? Does this Council, the Security Council, favor abandoning security for insecurity and anarchy? Do we want to withdraw the only elements that stand foursquare against civil and tribal war? Does the Soviet government really want Africans to kill Africans? The United States does not, and it devoutly hopes that the Soviet government does not too, and that it will join the United States and other peace-loving states in supporting and strengthening the only force that can prevent Congolese civil war, the United Nations. And now the Cold War. Does the Soviet government really want to chill what should be warm and temperate in Africa with the icy blasts of power politics? The United States does not. Its only interest in the Congo is to support the Congolese people in their struggle for real independence, free from any foreign domination from any source. The United States deplores any war, cold or otherwise. Its only desire is to live in peace and freedom and to let all other peoples live in peace and freedom. It will resist with all of its power all assaults on its own peace and freedom. And it proposes to join with all other peace-loving peoples in resisting, in the cooperative framework of the United Nations, all assaults on the peace and freedom of other peoples. In that spirit, we declare that so far as we are concerned, Africa shall never be the scene of any war, cold or hot. But we also declare that Africa for the Africans means Africa for the Africans, and not Africa as a hunting ground for alien ambitions. And we pledge our full and unstinted support against any attempt by anyone to interfere with the full and free development by Africans of their own independent African future. We believe that the only way to keep the Cold War out of the Congo is to keep the United Nations in the Congo. And we call on the Soviet Union to join us in thus ensuring the free and untrammeled exercise by the Congolese people of their right to independence and to democracy. But, Mr. President, the position apparently taken by the Soviet government involves more than the unhappy and despicable fate of 3 Congolese politicians. It involves the future of the 14 million Congolese people. They are the ones with whom we are concerned. We deplore the past, and we condemn those responsible for it, no matter who they may be. But we submit that it is the future that is all important now, and that the best efforts of this Council should be concentrated on the future security of the Congo and indeed on the future security of all peoples. For, Mr. President, it is the security of all peoples which is threatened by the statement and by the proposals of the Soviet government. Let me make my meaning abundantly and completely clear if I can. The United States government believes and proudly believes that the single best and only hope of the peoples of the world for peace and security lies in the United Nations. It lies in international cooperation, in the integrity of an international body rising above international rivalries into the clearer air of international morality and international justice. The United Nations has not achieved perfection, nor has the United States, and they probably never will. The United States, like the United Nations, is composed of humans. It has made mistakes. It probably always will make mistakes. It has never pleased all people. It cannot please all people. In its desire and wholehearted determination to do justice, it may offend one group of states in 1952, another in 1956, and perhaps still another in 1961. But always the United States has tried, and we believe it will always try, to apply even-handedly the rules of justice and equity that should govern us all. Are we callously to cast aside the one and only instrument that men have developed to safeguard their peace and security? Are we to abandon the jungles of the Congo to the jungles of internecine warfare and of international rivalry? This issue, Mr. President, even transcends the fate of the suffering 14 million Congolese people. It involves the fate of all of us, of all mankind. The issue then is simply this: shall the United Nations survive? Shall the attempt to bring about peace by the concerted power of international understanding be discarded?
You are now hearing a recording of the worst outbreak and demonstration in the history of the United Nations, which interrupted Mr. Stevenson's speech. This is a recording of this outbreak at the United Nations today, which occurred approximately 45 minutes ago, when a group of 10 Africans, 2 of them women, describing themselves as members of the National African Liberation Committee, burst in from from the back of the galleries of the United Nations started piling down the stairways. They tangled immediately with the United Nations guards, and 3 or 4 fistfights erupted in the gallery. Shocked tourists and others just sat there stunned as this turmoil went on. The Africans screamed in French, "Long live Lumumba." One of the Negro women struck a guard, and then, as the fight poured down over the front of the galleries, the guards began to hustle them outside of the Security Council area into the galleries on the 3rd floor corridor. The fight even continued out there.
Suspended for 5 minutes. Interrompre la séance pour 5 minutes.
We just heard the voice of the UN Security Council chairman for this month, Sir Patrick Dean of Britain, who recessed in order that the guards would be able to clear the gallery and the procedure and policy speech continue of Adlai Stevenson. To recap, this interruption, which was the worst so far in the history of the United Nations, at least since it's had its new home here in the last few years, was caused by a group of 10 Africans who described themselves as members of the National African Liberation Committee. They burst in from the rear of the galleries, came down, started fist-fighting with the United Nations security guards, interrupted Mr. Stevenson's speech, forcing Sir Patrick Dean to recess. It took about 7 or 8 minutes to clear these people out of the gallery and restore order. At that point, Mr. Stevenson then resumed his speech, one of the most important policy speeches of the new administration in regard to American policy on the Congo. Once again, here is Adlai Stevenson.
I call on those states to rise in defense of the integrity of the institution, which is for them the only assurance of their freedom and their liberty, and the only assurance for all of us of peace in the years to come. And I also call upon the Soviet Union to reconsider their position. My government is earnestly determined to cooperate with all governments in an attempt to improve international relationships and to further friendship among peoples. And it has welcomed evidences of cooperation toward that end by the Soviet government. Let those evidences be buttressed now by concrete steps by the Soviet government looking toward constructive solution of the difficult problems that confront us all. Let us join in condemning the past, but let us join in facing the future with calm determination to support steadfastly and strengthen sturdily the United Nations. The United Nations, which is the last best hope of us all. Now let me turn to the Congo and to what can be done to arrest the sad deterioration in that divided country. There are certain fundamental principles concerning the Congo which have had and will continue to have this full support of the American people and of the United States government. It is on the basis of these principles that we have undertaken consultations this past fortnight. We believe that they are shared by others, and we are willing to work with any and all who show a willingness to find a solution. The essential principles of such a solution are, we believe, apparent to all. In the first place, that the unity, the territorial integrity, the political independence of the Congo must be preserved. I am sure Sir Patrick will not object if I repeat that the United States was one of the first anti-colonialists, and that during the 186 years since, we have stood steadfastly for the right of peoples to determine their own destiny. The United States desires nothing for the Congo but its complete freedom from outside domination, and nothing for its people but the same independent freedom which we wanted for ourselves so long ago and have resolutely defended ever since. Much as the United States was once beset by internal dissensions, so the Congo, since its independence, has been beset by secessionist movements, previously in the Katanga and now in Oriental province too. The United States supports the continued territorial integrity of the Congo. So far as we are concerned, its borders are identical with its borders on July 1st, 1960. The United States is ready to join with other states which support its independence and integrity to maintain this principle within the framework of the United Nations. Secondly, the Congo must not become a battleground, as I have said, either for a cold or a hot war among the big powers. When the United States was first requested to provide troops for the Congo, we told the Congolese government to appeal to the United Nations. We then supported United Nations military assistance to the Congo. In contrast, the United States, to others, the United States has never at any time provided a single tank, a single gun, a single soldier, a single piece of equipment that could be used for military purposes to anyone in the Congo. We have, on the other hand, responded to every request made to us by the United Nations promptly and vigorously, so that the entire control over our assistance passed from our hands to those of the United Nations. We remained firmly determined, as I have said, to do everything in our power to keep the Cold War out of Africa. Third, we support the United Nations action in the Congo to the fullest measure of our power. The best way to keep the Cold War and the hot war out of the Congo, as I have said, is to keep the United Nations in. To those members who are still contemplating withdrawal, I suggest a long, hard, careful look at what might happen if the Congo, if the United Nations force collapses or if the United Nations mission fails because of lack of support from its members. Finally, we believe that the Congolese people must be allowed to develop their own political settlement by peaceful means, free from violence and external interference. The Congo's political problems must, in the last analysis, be worked out by the Congolese themselves. The United Nations can assist in this effort by helping create peace and stability and through extending its good offices, as it has done in the Conciliation Commission. But only a settlement commanding the support of the Congolese people will long endure. On these principles, the maintenance of territorial integrity and political independence, the isolation of the Congolese from big power and small power interference, continued vigorous United Nations assistance, and the settlement of internal political controversies by peaceful means, on these principles rest, in our opinion, the only possibility for a solution. We are faced now with the necessity for urgent and effective steps to bring these principles closer to reality. The threat of civil war, of increased unilateral intervention in the Congo on all sides, is increasingly grave. If the United Nations does not take effective action immediately, not only may conflict break forth in full fury in the Congo, but the hopes of African unity may be destroyed for many years to come by the divisions which will be produced among African nations. What then in these circumstances needs to be done? First, all foreign intervention outside the framework of the United Nations should cease immediately, and any foreign military or paramilitary personnel in the Congo should be withdrawn. The injunction of the General Assembly resolution, adopted with the support of all members of the United Nations except the Soviet bloc, against any unilateral military aid whatever, whether direct or indirect, should be adhered to fully by all United Nations members. This applies to those Belgians who are providing military advice and assistance to the Congo. It applies equally against military assistance to the forces in Oriental. The United States, for its part, does not intend to sit by if others consciously and deliberately seek to exacerbate the present situation. We are prepared to use all of our influence, if other members of the United Nations do likewise, to prevent such assistance from coming to the Congo, no matter from what quarter it comes. Equally urgent and immediate steps are needed to avert the extension of civil war in the Congo and to protect the lives of innocent civilians and refugees should the present passions result in widespread outbreaks of violence. United Nations political and military authorities on the ground should be consulted immediately, consult immediately with the Chief of State and with other civilian and military leaders, if necessary, to agree on measures which would best maintain peace and stability and protect the lives of citizens. Such measures must be accompanied also by immediate steps to assure long-range stability and progress. The Secretary General proposed to us less than 2 weeks ago that measures should be taken to unify, reorganize, retrain the Congolese army and other armed forces in the Congo with a view to eliminating force as a political element in that afflicted country. The United States supports this proposal. We believe that negotiations to bring this about should be undertaken with the same urgency as the measures I have just mentioned. On Monday here, in the Security Council, I deplored the reported death of Mr. Lumumba and his colleagues and supported the Secretary General's request and his report on a preliminary investigation be included on the agenda. On every occasion, when the arrest of Mr. Lumumba has been discussed in the United Nations, the United States has taken the position that he must be treated humanely and with all protection of law and order. We have similarly expressed ourselves through diplomatic channels to the appropriate authorities in the Congo. I believe it has been long known that in our consultations during the past week, we had advocated the release of all political prisoners and their participation in the political process once law and order had been restored to the Congo and the possibility of civil war averted. We continue to believe, Mr. President, that this must be done for those political prisoners such as Minister Songolo, about whom the world press has been less aware. In the case of Mr. Lumumba, we support the Secretary General's investigation, and we believe that it should be continued vigorously until the true facts are known. I earnestly hope that the Katanga forces will cooperate so that the full facts may be brought to light. The ultimate objective of such steps should be to promote the reconciliation of the political elements in the Congo and a full return to constitutional processes in a form to be designated by the people themselves. The government recently appointed by the Chief of State is a step in the right direction. Indeed, any step in the direction of moderation and breadth of base is a step in the right direction. The provision of unfilled cabinet places for other elements is encouraging. Determined future efforts must be made to broaden the base of the Congolese government, and Parliament should be convened as soon as conditions of security, law, and order permit. Encouragement by the United Nations of such steps is of fundamental importance, we believe. The measures which I have outlined can only be carried out with dispatch and with effectiveness through this Secretary General and the United Nations mission in the Congo. To attempt to discredit and dismiss the Secretary General at this critical moment would not only wreck the United Nations mission in the Congo, it would dangerously weaken the United Nations itself. This is the measure of the gravity of our crisis. And we call upon all members around this table to face soberly and solemnly these realities. We are eager to continue consultations with other nations at this table with a view to producing a draft resolution to carry out measures such as these. We are prepared to meet in the Council by night and by day until we can reach consensus and agreement. The occasion for the time for effective action in the Congo is now. Mr. Chairman and gentlemen, we must seize it, and we must seize it quickly. Thank you, sir.
You have just heard a recording of Adlai Stevenson's historic Congo speech today before the United Nations Security Council. The Council is still in session, and for a late report, we go now to Bill Ryan at the United Nations.
The Council is now hearing the translation into French of Mr. Stevenson's remarks. It's a far more quiet room than it was approximately an hour ago when a violent demonstration, as you heard, broke out in the public galleries of the chamber. What we're waiting to hear now is whether Mr. Zorin, who is the next speaker, the delegate from the Soviet Union, will follow the translation and deliver his remarks on the Congo crisis, or whether the council chamber will break for lunch and come back later to hear what will be undoubtedly a blistering Soviet attack on the United Nations, its efforts in the Congo, and on Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld himself. Bill Ryan, NBC News, United Nations.
This has been a special hotline report of the United Nations Security Council with a speech by Adlai Stevenson on American policy toward the Congo crisis. This is Stephen Flanders, NBC News, reporting.
A special hotline summary report on the United States Championship figure skating team killed in this morning's Belgium plane crash in 30 minutes over most of these same NBC stations.
NBC Radio News on the Hour, brought to you by the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company and the Metropolitan representatives in your community. Now, here is Martin Negronsky, NBC News.
West Berlin's Mayor Willy Brandt followed a White House visit to President Kennedy today with the optimistic prediction that the Russians will not face this city with a crisis in the near future. Burmese sources at the UN say that Russia's Foreign Minister Gromyko says that he's willing to forego a full-dress disarmament debate, which is what Adlai Stevenson, our ambassador to the UN, has been asking him to do. The Organization for European Economic Cooperation, the OEEC, reports tonight from Paris that the U.S. and its European allies have been spending about $7 billion a year for the past 4 years to aid underdeveloped countries. Aid from the communist bloc to these nations totals only some $750 million annually over this period. President Kennedy will ask Congress tomorrow for $1 million to stockpile oral polio vaccine as soon as it's available, this to provide a reserve to fight epidemics. Former Vice President Nixon announces that he has joined a Los Angeles law firm, and his move follows on his weekend statement that he's not a candidate for governor of California and intends to stay out of politics for the time being. President Kennedy's 10-point program for improving the standard of living and the strength of freedom in Latin America has brought a generally favorable congressional reception. And Mr. Kennedy has coined, too, an effective rebuttal to Fidel Castro's famous anti-American Cuba yes, Yankees no. The president said, "Our spirit is what it has always been. Progress, yes. Tyranny, no." More news in a minute from Metropolitan.
Having trouble with your food budget? Well, one place where it's possible to save money is at the meat counter. Of course, most of us prefer top-grade steaks and chops, but they take a big bite out of the food budget. Many of the less expensive cuts, however, are just as nutritious, and with a little cooking know-how, can be made just as tasty. And don't overlook kidneys, beef tongue, and brains. They're also inexpensive, highly nourishing, and can be served in a variety of appealing ways. So here's today's good hint for good health from the Metropolitan Life Insurance Company. Learn how to keep your food costs down without sacrificing good nutrition. Would you like a reliable booklet that's full of facts about nutrition and thrifty shopping? Then drop a card to Good Hints, care of NBC, New York, New York, for the free Metropolitan Life booklet called Food for the Family. Or if you prefer, ask your Metropolitan man or local Metropolitan office for the booklet. Here again, Martin Negronsky.
In London, the Conference of British Commonwealth Nations has become involved in a bitter controversy over racial equality, and it focuses on the apartheid policies of South Africa. For a report on that, here is Joseph C. Harsh in London.
7 hours today, the Prime Ministers of the British Commonwealth debated here the question of South Africa's racial policies. Officially, it was a thoroughgoing and stiffly argued debate not concluded. Unofficial sources call it the most furious row in the history of the Commonwealth. Some sources claim that 7 of the 12 members demanded that South Africa either recant or resign. Canada's Diefenbaker is said to be one of South Africa's severest critics and one of the strongest for a Bill of Rights which all who remain in the Commonwealth must sign. Prime Minister Verwoerd of South Africa defended his case point by point for an hour and a quarter. No decision was reached today. The subject was put over until tomorrow. In a brief interval, Cyprus was voted in unanimously. Many here think that British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan will still find a way to keep South Africa in the British family. There can be no doubt, though, that the racial issue is putting a severe strain on the family and may well test decisively both the future of the Commonwealth and of Harold Macmillan. This is Joseph C. Harsh of NBC News in London.
Cardinal Spellman joined today in opposing any federal school aid program that excludes parochial schools. This position, plus those who would deny aid to any segregated schools, is building into the kind of opposition that seems certain to doom any school aid bill at all. This is Martin Agronsky, NBC News, Washington.
Pure coffee nectar, that's what's been missing. Missing in your instant coffee. New Instant Chasen Sanborn has pure coffee nectar.
The Pure Coffee Nectar. This is the richness that's been lost from instant coffees. But new Instant Chasen Sanborn captures pure coffee nectar in every flavor crystal. Get new Instant Chasen Sanborn.
You get more for your money when you buy name brands featured on NBC.
NBC Radio News on the Hour. Chevrolet spotlights the news. Chevrolet, the car with a jet smooth ride, and Chevy's Corvair bring you Frank Burkholzer, NBC News.
Prince Sihanouk of Cambodia, who originally proposed the 14-nation political conference on Laos, which the King of Laos now has rejected, has suggested that talks be held in his capital of Phnom Penh on a ceasefire. President Kennedy and the National Security Council heard a military report on Southeast Asia during an afternoon meeting at the White House. The National Security Council will meet again tomorrow. Secretary of Commerce Luther Hodges said today, in support of America's foreign aid programs, a communist economic offensive has become a matter of grave concern to the free world. The Labor Management Advisory Committee to President Kennedy reported to him today that the present unemployment situation in the United States is intolerable. Experts at Cape Canaveral plan to decide at midnight tonight whether the weather prospects are good enough to continue with plans for launching an astronaut in a Mercury capsule tomorrow. A National Airlines plane with 11 persons aboard is missing on a flight from Marathon to Key West, Florida, a flight that normally takes only 20 minutes. I'll have more news in just a moment. Now a message from Chevrolet.
Your Chevrolet dealer offers one-stop shopping.
Does that mean I can buy broccoli?
Huh? No, it isn't that kind of one-stop shopping.
Well, that's what one-stop shopping means. One stop. Buy broccoli, bowling balls, balsa wood, Biscayne.
Ah, that you can buy at your Chevrolet dealer. Biscaynes, Impalas, Bel Airs, Corvairs, station wagons. You see, we mean one-stop shopping for a new car.
You do? Well, how can you one-stop shop for a new car? You can only buy one at a time.
That's just the point. Because of Chevrolet's tremendous selection of models and equipment, you can find the kind of car you want regardless of the kind of driving you do.
Well, why don't you just say so?
Huh?
Be honest. Like this. You cannot purchase broccoli at your Chevrolet dealers. However, you will find there the widest selection of car models and power teams to enable you to find the kind of car you want for the driving you do at the price you want to pay. Why don't you carry broccoli?
It only comes in one color.
Now here again, Frank Burkholzer.
Strife and ill will afflict many parts of the world tonight, but romance is in the news in the Middle East. Here is Tom Streithorst in Beirut.
Jordan's young King Hussein is to marry. The 25-year-old Arab monarch announced in a speech on Amman Radio tonight that he is engaged to wed a commoner named Mona. whom he called the girl of my dreams. Hussein revealed that his bride-to-be is not an Arab, but he did not announce her second name or reveal to his people that she is the daughter of a British Army officer. Hussein noted that tomorrow marks the 9th anniversary of his reign, and he said, "Tonight your king becomes a man." Hussein has a 4-year-old daughter by a previous marriage. Jordan's king stated his engagement was now formal, but that marriage would take place when God wills. Hussein reassured his people about the all-important religious question by announcing that his fiancée is a Muslim. Tom Strithorst, NBC News, Beirut.
Among those present at Cape Canaveral tomorrow for the Man in Space launching will be the president of the International Aeronautic Federation, the body which passes upon aerial records. The Soviet space flight with Yuri Gagarin, it develops, has not yet been found eligible for the records claimed by the Russians because they have so far refused to provide necessary information, such as the model and type of spacecraft, model, type of thrust and number of engines in the rocket, special takeoff and landing apparatus that was used, and the date, time, and place of takeoff and landing. American authorities will provide all this information. Lynn Heinzerling of the Associated Press won the Pulitzer Prize today for foreign reporting for his coverage of the early stages of trouble in the Congo. Heinzerling learned of his award while in Liberia on his way back tonight to Leopoldville in the Congo. On most of these stations immediately following this newscast, NBC News will present a special program, New Frontiers, the First 100 Days. Frank Bergholzer, NBC News, Washington.
This has been NBC News on the Hour. Listen again on the hour for NBC Radio News. Witness America's Man in Space shoot tomorrow morning on NBC.
This is Bill Downs in the State Department Auditorium in Washington, where CBS News brings you a special broadcast of the first news conference ever held by an American astronaut. Commander Alan Shepard shortly will tell for the first time in public how it feels to be shot 115 miles skyward at a speed of 5,100 miles per hour to become America's first man in space. The 37-year-old Navy commander is accompanied by his 6 fellow astronauts who are scheduled to follow him into space at some later date. The State Department Auditorium here is a new one where President Kennedy holds his news conferences about every week. It's jammed with reporters from all over the world. In fact, President Kennedy never drew a crowd like this. Also attending the conference and sitting in a place of honor in front of the auditorium are Commander Shepard's parents, Colonel and Mrs. Alan Shepard Sr. of Derry, New Hampshire, his wife's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Russell Brewer of Kennett Springs, Pennsylvania, and the astronaut's sister, Mrs. Gordon Sherman of Attleboro, Massachusetts. Earlier today, Shepard received the NASA Distinguished Service Medal from President Kennedy, who incidentally dropped it, and the astronaut made a surprise visit to the National Association of Broadcasters. But now the astronauts are coming in, receiving a big hand from this hard-bitten crowd of reporters. Commander Shepard has not yet made an appearance. He is to be accompanied by James E. Webb, the administrator. Yes, there he is now. And here is Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Agency, James E. Webb, who will introduce the astronaut.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The historic Project Mercury flight on last Friday was a dramatic demonstration before the eyes of the world of how the United States space team, through effective, large-scale, organized effort, can pass one very important milestone on the long road toward the mastery of the space environment by man. Symbolic of the successful solution of every problem and the accomplishment of every necessity to earn the Navy well done, or the NASA A-OK, is the man you desire to question, Alan B. Shepard, Jr. In fact, today, I think we can all say it's Alan A-OK. But before you ask your questions, let me give you a figure or two to indicate what it means to ride a rocket. A chronology published by the Congress shows that with respect to the V-2 rocket in Germany in 1942, out of 7 launchings, only 1 succeeded. In 1943, out of 24, only 4 succeeded. After thousands of launches during the war, the record of the V-2 rockets built in the United States left much to be desired. With respect to the Jupiter rocket, out of the first 10 launchings, 7 succeeded. Out of the second 10, 8 succeeded. And out of the last 4, everyone succeeded. And with respect to the Thor rocket, out of the first 10, 4 succeeded. After 40 firings of Thor, the next 10, that is from 40 to 50, all succeeded. And with respect to the Atlas rocket, out of the first 10, 5 succeeded. Out of the 10 from 20 to 30, all succeeded. But out of the 10 from 40 to 50, 6 succeeded and 4 failed. With respect to the Polaris rocket, out of the first 10, 5 succeeded. Out of the 10 from 40 to 50, 7 succeeded. But out of the 10 from 70 to 80, 9 succeeded. The lesson is clear. If we are to have our spectacular successes openly arrived at with ever larger and ever more complex rockets, the early test flights, unmanned of course, will involve some spectacular failures. In the drama of the countdown, we will never know which it is to be. But to keep perspective, I should tell you that as we did in planning Project Mercury, this lack of rocket perfection will be taken into account in manned flights by providing an escape system for the astronaut in the event of the failure of the rocket. In thrust, the first stage of Saturn is 20 times the Redstone, and we will test fly it this year. In thrust, the first stage of Nova is estimated at 100 times the Redstone, and we are already testing one of its engines. The complete Nova will likely measure 2/3 as tall as the Washington Monument. From all we know about the past, a portion of the early test flights of these gigantic rockets will appear as failures to those who view them and read about them. To the space scientist and engineer, however, they will provide the knowledge, the experimental proof of a technology as a nation we cannot fail to master and still survive. In the months ahead, when you see on your TV the launchings of the brave men who sit beside Alan Shepard here today, it may be well to remember this record. Even with our best efforts, no specific flight can be guaranteed absolutely safe. But from every flight comes more knowledge to advance our progress in space. Now, to make the proper introductions, I present the director of NASA's Space Task Group, responsible for Project Mercury, a man who knows how it feels to send a man to ride a rocket. Robert R. Gilruth.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be here with you on as happy an occasion as this one, I assure you. Before making my principal few words, I would like to identify the people here on the stage. If I can skip for a moment the man at my direct right, we have John Glenn, Gus Grissom, Scott Carpenter, Gordon Cooper, Wally Schirra, and Deke Slayton. And at the far right, Colonel Shorty Powers. On my left, next to Mr. Webb, is Walter Williams, Director of Operations. Dr. Douglas, the astronaut's flight surgeon, and Bill Lloyd. Al Shepard's flight is certainly a milestone in the space program. But I don't need to remind you that there are many tough flights ahead. As you know, in previous flights, we have involved a great team of many elements of Project Mercury. In last Friday's flight, however, a new system was added to the complex. That was man himself. I can assure you that Al Shepard was not only extremely cool during that long countdown, but during the flight performed a great job of test flying a new type of vehicle. He brought back a large amount of test data from that extremely intense but productive flight. I would now like to present the man who was there and who really broke the ice for all of us. Al.
Standing ovation from the world press and from his own fellow astronauts. That big A-OK grin is there. And now, America's first astronaut.
Thank you all very much. Before I make a short statement, I would like to introduce some further members of the audience, if they will please stand and turn around as I introduce them. My wife, Louise Shepard. And my mother and father, Mr. and Mrs. Shepard. My sister, Polly.
The reason for the laugh was Paulie Shepard gave a boxer's handshake.
Mr. and Mrs. Brewer. I really hadn't planned on saying anything today. I thought it was to be more of a question and answer period, which I understand we're to get to in just a few minutes. I'm told that possibly to set the stage that I should say a few words, make a statement of some kind. And I think most of the details of the flight have been pretty well covered from the standpoint of how high we went, and how far we went, and how fast we went, how much weightless time, how the recovery went, and how the strenuous debriefing went. I think if you have any detailed questions on specific parts of the flight, that we can entertain those throughout the course of this hour. I would like to say, however, that we feel there are several significant things about this flight. Several of these statements have already been made today at the White House and on Capitol Hill. At the risk of repetition, however, I will say that we feel very strongly that this particular flight was one which was certainly accomplished in the open. We had very few secrets about our plans. Mostly launch dates were classified, but very little else was. This has been a little annoying to us at times, but I think we all rationalized with the thought that the free democratic society which produced us and which produced the Project Mercury flight certainly had a right to be presented in such a fashion. The second thought I would like to make at this point is that We are very proud of the manner in which the program was planned from the start, in which certain tendencies to speed up at times because of other events were carefully considered, evaluated. Sometimes were taken and sometimes were discarded. I think the proof of that is in the fact that Friday's flight, short that it was, we found that we were able to do, as we understand it, a great number of things during that short period of time. For example, I actually controlled, in this case, the vehicle, its position during the retro firing. We controlled it during the re-entry, and of course provided the backup for the mechanical systems aboard the capsule. All in all, we are very much pleased with the flight. We're very much encouraged by it, and we plan to press ahead with best possible speed to the successful completion of Project Mercury as we now know it. I think possibly at this point we might entertain your questions. Yes.
Would you mind giving us briefly how you felt at the time of ignition, aside from the technical things that was on your mind?
Well, quite frankly, there were so many technical things on my mind at that point that I didn't assess any other feelings. I was surprised that that the ignition of the Redstone and the liftoff were as smooth as they were. I really had expected more noise and more vibration. Fortunately, we had provided enough padding around the earphones of the helmet, so the noise was not a problem. And the old Redstone itself was smooth enough so that it was a very pleasant liftoff.
Commander Shepard?
Yes, sir.
The skipper of the Champlain, the recovery ship on which some of us rode, told us that in conversation with you, you said that you experienced some unexpected sensations during the booster phase of the flight. And he implied that you said that at 2 points there was a turbulence that was unexpected. I gather that what you meant was that before the flight, instruments like the centrifuge and so forth had given you a preview of what you might expect, and these other things were unexpected. Is that so?
No, that's not quite correct. I'm sorry that it was taken in that context. What I was referring to at that time were 2 specific points in the flight plan, which we had judged ahead of time to be rather difficult from the standpoint of stress on the bird. One being the transonic region around Mach 1, and the other being the region of maximum dynamic pressure, that is a combination of air molecules and speed. We knew of these areas ahead of time from our previous flights. We just didn't know how well we would react. Fortunately, we found out that we reacted fairly well.
Commander?
Yes.
When you were up in the sky, you said, what a beautiful sight. Where were you when you made that? Where were you, Commander, and what did you see?
Well, the remark was made just after I had been doing some experimental maneuvers using the manual handle to control the movements of the capsule. At this point, our flight plan called for a look through the periscope to assess our ability to identify targets, to control the attitude of the capsule and so on, using the periscope alone. I had been pretty well briefed on the land masses as they should appear and the cloud cover as it should have appeared. And I had seen pictures which we had tried to use to portray this view. But when I first looked from the instrument panel, using a gyroscopic indication down to the periscope itself, I must admit it sort of took my breath away. It was a beautiful view. Yes, over there.
Do you have any idea of the rate of onset of your deceleration?
You mean in G per second? Let's see. We went to a maximum of a little over 11 G, as I recall, and the total time period from 0 G to 11 back to 1, I think, is around 30 seconds. Is this correct? They haven't let me see the records of the flight yet. We deliberately, down at Grand Bahamas, debriefed completely from memory so that we wouldn't have any other outside influences. And we hope in a few days to be able to look at the complete records now and compare the two. Yes, right here.
What was the worst part of your flight?
I don't think we had any bad moments at all, as I recall.
You had a bet with Colonel Glenn about your ability to recognize any constellations. I was wondering if you did, and did you spot any constellations? And what was the bet, also?
John, you want to tell him about that? Why don't you go out and tell him?
John Glenn replies to that question.
Actually, this got misconstrued someplace along the line into a dispute between Al and I, and actually it's Gus and I over here that have been discussing the stars all this time. I should kick it on over to Gus and let him describe it now. We had wondered whether we could see the stars. I felt that we probably could, even on a short flight like this. Al did try and see the stars out through the window, and I'm still claiming foul because I claim that there was not enough time left for his eyes to adapt at that time, and Gus claims this is final proof at the moment, so I'm going to have to pay off with the steak dinner that we did bet on this, I guess, but I'm looking forward to later flights when we can prove that we can see stars, and I'll get a double dinner back.
Astronaut Power.
Please, if you can, maybe this has been used before, I don't know, but will you tell us, if you know, why you were picked? And is there any reason for the fact that most of you are about the same height and that you're not very tall?
I'm afraid I'll have to disqualify myself when it comes to answering that particular question. I don't know whether Mr. Gilbreth would care to comment or not. No comment, sorry. Jules?
Why you were picked, though, or can he tell us? It must
I
be
say
something.
we disqualify ourselves, too.
You disqualify, so he will.
I'd like to ask you to relax on that question. I think it's very obvious that we did a good job.
Alan, how different was the overall ride from what you had previously expected from training?
The overall ride actually was very close to what we had predicted. Fortunately, as you know, we had two similar configurations, that is, the Mercury capsule and Redstone, to show us the way. This combined with the procedures trainer, as we call it, which is a glorified link trainer, navigational trainer, from the standpoint of learning times and sequence of events, actually proved to be a very good training device, so that I really didn't feel uncomfortable or embarrassed at any time during the flight. Yes, way back there.
Could you explain to us how you felt during that 5 minutes of weightlessness? Could you move your hands? Could you manipulate? Did it have any effect on your attack of the plane?
Well, all of a sudden, during the period of the middle of the weightlessness, I realized that somebody was going to ask me that question. So I said to myself, you'd better figure out an answer. Seriously, as we have said before, during the short periods of weightlessness that we've experienced during our training period, it's quite a pleasant sensation. Particularly so after the accelerations of the booster ride. We find that we have no difficulty in maneuvering ourselves, in controlling ourselves, and all in all, really is, at this point, certainly, given us no difficulty at all. Right here.
Commander, could you give us some idea of what you were doing and perhaps what you were thinking during that very long wait on the pad before the launch? You were up there about 4 hours. How did you occupy your time?
Well, the period in the capsule was indeed much longer than we had expected. I think that with due consideration to the amount of time, it was encouraging because the operations director checked with me from time to time, of course, over the various circuits that we enjoyed to find out how I was doing, and we kept going on the basis that I indeed did feel quite comfortable. Aside from that, there were many functions to perform inside the capsule, such as throwing switches one way or another depending upon the particular phase of the countdown. I must admit that I had very little time to reflect during that period. Right here.
There was a report before you left the carrier that you went back to the capsule and got out some personal belongings. Did you carry any personal belongings aside from your uniform, your spacesuit? And if so, what were they?
Actually, I wanted to take that opportunity to go back to look inside the capsule. I didn't know whether I'd have a chance to see it again or not. I did pick up my helmet. I had my Naval Academy ring with me. That's all. Yes.
What are you dreaming of next? Are you already thinking about taking that orbit around the Earth?
Well, as has been pointed out here, our immediate plans are to continue ahead with Project Mercury as we know it. The final objective of Mercury is orbital flight using the same type of capsule that we used last Friday. Beyond that, we are not specifically involved in any plans.
Would you like to do the flight around the Earth?
All 7 of us would.
Did you at any moment during the flight, or even before the flight, feel any exhilaration or apprehension?
Well, I must say there was some apprehension, yes. I think that we went into this thing with our eyes open, but all of us realized the possibilities of partial success or failure. So there was apprehension. There's no question about that. The only exhilaration I felt was after the landing and the recovery had been completed. How about right back there?
Commander, I'm from Salem, New Hampshire, a neighbor of yours. I would like to know that at the moment that you realized, while you were in the sky, that this was a success, what was your first thought that you had?
Well, if I may correct that statement, again, I didn't really feel the flight was a success until the recovery had been successfully completed.
You were satisfied in your own mind that you were going to hit that water and this was the end of the line, and that you were evidently going to get out of the
You know, it's not the fall that hurts, it's a sudden stop. Yes.
I wonder if you could ask all of those fellows on your right, including Shorty, which one would like to take the next ride?
How about a show of hands?
Can you tell us, take it back a little bit further past the actual time you got in the cone, and tell us how you felt the night before, what you did to relax.
I'm not sure I was relaxed. We were on a special low-residue diet. Of course, we exercised, and we briefed prior to the flight. All of these things, of course, took time. And I would say the majority of my attention was on the preparation for the flight itself. Right here.
I'm interested in a couple more details. One, at the launch pad in the morning, I noticed when you got out of the van, you stepped aside and you looked it up and down, and then looked it up and down a second time. I'd like a little more background on that. And the second thing I'd like a little more background on is during the flight and re-entering the atmosphere, Shorty Powers and piping it to the press said that your voice showed some strain. I wonder if you can give us a little more background on those two points in your flight.
Well, I'll take care of the first one. I realized that I might never see the outside of that missile again, and I thought it was appropriate to look it over. As far as what Shorty said about the strain of my voice, maybe he'd like to comment.
Colonel Powers, the man who did the countdown of the flight.
I think perhaps
Friday.
strain was the wrong word. As most of you know, while you're under high G, or perhaps you don't know, when you're under high G, there is a system of straining. You can strain your stomach muscles and your leg muscles so as to resist the effect of G. And it was audible from Al's voice transmission that he was in fact straining. This was the same sound that we've heard a number of times over the loudspeaker systems at the centrifuge and during other training activities. So there.
Okay, right over here in front.
To whom are you referring when you say we? We went so far and we went so high. Are you talking about the other astronauts or the guys on the ground?
Well, I think that maybe it's appropriate at this time, as I said before, earlier today, that I am acutely aware of the hundreds of individuals who made this flight possible.
Question. During the war, there was a rather famous pilot who wrote a book called God Was My Co-Pilot. Did you feel the same way?
I think that all seven of us have a religious faith, which we express in our own individual ways. I think that's about all I'd care to comment. Yes, Miss Craig?
I don't know whether you can answer this or not. Does your experience best qualify you to go the next time, or will they try others so to train them?
Well, suppose I give you my answer, and then I'll give you the answer that these fellows will say. My answer is, of course, I feel perhaps an advantage from having made this flight. Their answer is, or should be, that they should be encouraged that our training program prepared us so well for this flight, and would not necessarily mean that I or the next Redstone pilot would have to make the first orbital flight. Yes, right here.
You did have one anxious moment, I believe, when the retro rocket light, the release light, failed to come on. Could you tell us about that?
Has this been discussed? Well, there are several things, of course, that happened throughout the flight: capsule separation, turnaround, so on. And one of these is the jettisoning or the breaking away of the retro rocket package after the retros have fired prior to re-entering the atmosphere. This, in fact, did happen right on schedule. The package ejected, and I saw bits of strap flying around through the periscope and by the window. Deke confirmed it over radio from the ground. At this time, the light inside the capsule, which is also supposed to confirm it, had not lighted. I used the manual override switch just to be sure that the event had occurred. At this particular time, the light lighted and everything proceeded normally. Yes, right.
As I understand it, you had an option to either to ride the capsule onto the carrier or to get out as you did and go aboard the helicopter. Some of us thought perhaps in view of the tragedy of the day before that it would have been much safer to have remained in the capsule. Can you tell us why you selected to go the other way?
Well, first let me say that we are all very sorry. We were very sorry to hear of that particular event. And I think, unfortunate though it may be, putting it in its proper context, the helicopter has been a very successful device, as you know, for many years. It was felt that there was no need to change our recovery plans. Yes.
Commander, we were not able to see the stars. Did you catch a glimpse of the moon through your window?
No, unfortunately, we had we gone off close to 7 o'clock, we had a nice array. The moon, Venus, and Saturn were in the southwest, fairly close to the horizon, which is the direction that the porthole on the left side looked or faced. As you know, we had some hold time. As a result, the moon had already set by the time we got up at the apogee. Yes, sir.
Tell us why you got out of the capsule and went in the helicopter back to the ship.
Yes, and let me explain it this way. Mr. Gilruth has been a leading proponent for the past 2 years of providing parallel systems in Project Mercury. By this I mean that should one path for an event fail, the other is always there to provide the reliability. After some discussions about a month or 6 weeks ago, we decided that the one cable on the helicopter was indeed not a parallel path. The method we used Friday was one that we devised ahead of time to give us that additional reliability.
How much of the Earth's surface could you see?
I'm sorry, the gentleman first, please.
How much of the Earth's surface could you see when you saw that beautiful sight?
Well, part of my view of the Earth's surface was obscured by clouds, primarily up in the northwesterly direction from the apogee point. The distance from the point immediately below the capsule out to the horizon of vision is about 800 miles using the periscope. Yes.
I would like to ask you, I'm sure everyone would be very interested to hear, how did the heavy gravity affect you? How did you feel? And did it affect your eyes? And do you think possibly you might not have seen stars because the weightlessness affected your eyes? Could you explain a little bit about this?
I'd be glad to.
You must have felt like you were weighed between 1,000 and 1,500 pounds. I wonder how that felt.
Well, fortunately, we have a device called a centrifuge, which is, we've described it before as being an oversized cream separator. It whirls you around on the end of a long arm and provides artificial gravitational forces. We have used a couple of these devices and investigated these fields. And as far as we have gone in the G tolerance, which is well above what we expect on a normal flight, we found that we have very little difficulty. At the extreme levels of G, peripheral vision decreases just prior to blackout or gray out. It is more difficult to breathe because of the pure mechanics of lifting a heavier chest structure. But even so, through this training program, we found that we were able to do very well, and I think that Friday's performance.
Up there than it had been in training.
No, we deliberately went to higher levels of investigation on an orderly basis to find out what we indeed could take. And last Friday's flight was well below those minimums. Maximums, I should say. Right here?
Sir, how long before the flight did you know that you were it, and how were you told?
Sometime. Time enough, so my suit was down at Cape Canaveral. That's it, right there.
What stage did you suffer the greatest physical stress? Blast off, re-entry, or where?
Well, I think that the stage at which I suffered the greatest stress was after recovery. And this was primarily my own fault. As long as we were in the capsule, we were ventilated inside the pressure suit by a ventilation system. As I went out of the capsule, I disconnected, of course, from this ventilation system, went up into the helicopter, back to the aircraft carrier, and on down below decks before I finally took my pressure suit off. And I was pretty warm at that time. Outside of that, there's no evidence of any real physiological stress. How about right in the middle there?
The Soviet. One of the big
brown suit.
One of the big unknowns before the flight was the effect of the abrupt transition from weightlessness to heavy Gs. What about that?
I noticed really no rough transition at all. All of the transitions from the boosted acceleration through cutoff, which is a gradual, relatively gradual function, and through the 0G and back into the re-entry G. All of these were gradual transitions. I was really quite pleased in the smoothness of it all. How about on the end of the...
Commander, on your re-entry into the atmosphere, when you were coming down through, was there any heat problem within the capsule?
No. The capsule is designed to withstand the heat stress of re-entry from orbital velocity, which is higher than the Redstone re-entry velocity. We found no difficulty at all. Right here.
Commander,
in the front, please. Sorry.
Commander, you were quoted as saying that you felt the trip was too short. How long do you feel you could stay up, and did you recommend that the next trip be longer?
Well, if I could categorically answer your question as to the length of time we could stay up, then I think we could rearrange our future schedule for Project Mercury. We intend to investigate on a bit-by-bit basis what man's tolerance is to the weightless condition. Yes.
As a celebrity of whom we are all very proud, no one has yet asked you how you would solve the world's problems. And I'm wondering, would you entertain...
I hope they don't.
Would you entertain a philosophical question in this field? It's going to cost so many billions of dollars future space exploration. I wonder how you personally feel about cooperating with all the other nations of the world, Russia, if we can get them, and everyone, to avoid duplications. Do you have any feelings yourself on that?
I do, but I'd rather not express them at this time. Yes, in the...
Astronaut, writing about you, do we call you the senior astronaut or Commander Shepard, the first astronaut?
Well, as long as you say nice things, I don't care.
Any sort of a message from cosmonaut Gagarin? Congratulations at this date?
Not to my knowledge. I have not, of course, seen all of the wires and cables. I understand that Khrushchev expressed his opinions of the flight to the president. We, to my knowledge, have received no other congratulatory messages from that source. Right here in the front.
How do you feel about the attitude control? Are you completely satisfied with the way it worked and the way you were able to work it?
Yes, I am. As a matter of fact, Gus and I were discussing that just the other day. Maybe you'd like to make a comment on the manual control system, Gus?
Astronaut Gus Grissom.
Well, as you may know, the control system has been one of my specialty areas. And I guess I got more and more concerned as launch time arrived. And just a few days before flight, we'd run into a little problem of some of the valves binding and heavy control forces. So Al and I had sat down and talked this thing over very thoroughly and decided what to do. And I'm very grateful he had to do none of those. The system worked just perfect. You may have it back, Al.
That was Air Force Captain Virgil Grissom.
Sir, could you tell us in a very plain language what will we benefit from all these flights, humanity? What will be the benefit to humanity from these flights? Will our standards be better, or how will our life affect these flights?
That's really very difficult to describe. I think I could best answer it by saying that we expect to make advances in the fields of high temperature because of designing against the high temperatures of re-entry. We expect to make advances in knowledge of radiation sciences because of the need to penetrate the Van Allen belts on deep space probes. These things that I think you treat in a general way. Sometimes you don't really know specifically what you're going to find, particularly in the manned case. Now, there have been a lot of probes, for example, weather probes, radiation probes, instruments carried aloft for some specific purpose. These, I think, you pretty well know ahead of time in what area to get an answer. I think the real answer is that you just don't know at this point. There are so many unknowns that we just don't know how we'll benefit. But in those general areas, I'm sure we will. Right here.
Did you and your colleagues learn anything as a result of Friday's experience which will accelerate the orbital flight? I mean, bring the time of the flight closer.
Mr. Gilworth, would you care to comment on that?
Project Mercury Operations Director
Well,
Gilbert.
I don't think in a program as complex and involves many elements as Project Mercury does, the passing of a particular milestone accelerates it. But I can certainly say that this past flight did not decelerate it.
Yes, right here.
From the experience of this flight, will you recommend any changes in the equipment in the capsule, either in the equipment or the way it's presented? And one second part, while I've got you. Would you want a second Mercury flight before you would try an orbital flight?
In answer to the first question, the changes that I recommended as a result of my flight were minor and very few in number. All in all, we were very well satisfied with the performance of the capsule. Secondly, would I want another Redstone flight? This is a hypothetical one, of course. If I were to make the first orbital flight, no. Yes.
The Redstone have boosted you into suborbital flight before Yuri Gagarin made his trip last month.
Could it have? Could it have?
Yes. Has our technology advanced enough to do that?
The answer to that is yes. We could have. We could have gone a lot earlier. As you may remember in my opening remarks, I tried to describe the orderly basis upon which we proceeded with Project Mercury. All of us who are here on the stage now were in and are in complete agreement with the way this program is laid out. There were times when we could have rushed the program. We chose not to.
Why? Why did you not do it before they did? If we couldn't.
Yes, primarily because we felt that we had a well laid out, well designed, reliable program. And I think possibly you know that we have been, this view has been substantiated several times by various committees. Way in the back.
After the orbital flights are completed, what, in your personal opinion, should be the next goal for our manned space program? Should it be the moon?
Well, I'd rather not comment on that one. Would you like to handle that one, Mr. Webb?
James Webb, administrator of
Of course,
NASA.
we're going to try to expand the use of the Mercury capsule into extended flights. Then we have programs for thorough exploration of the environment around the Earth, around the Moon, in between the two. We have plans for the Apollo 3 manned orbiting laboratory, and this is capable of expansion to make a 3-man trip around the Moon and return. And, of course, the same vehicle, or parts of it, will be used for the effort for the first lunar landing. So there's an orderly process in which we learn from each step and move on to the next.
All right, how about the lady in the...
Commander, did you find any discrepancies in what Yuri Gagarin reported and what you experienced in the report?
Well, actually, I'd rather not comment on that particular one because those of us here really had so much to do on our program that we didn't really delve into the data from his flight other than what was presented in the newspaper accounts. So without more specific data, we couldn't really say.
Commander, with what definition you were able to make out the Earth?
Yes. I think this is on tape also, that I was able to distinguish various landmarks of various sizes. I had hoped to be able to see Cape Hatteras, which was in our field of vision, but it was obscured by cloud cover. I was able to see very clearly, of course, the Florida Peninsula and Lake Okeechobee. Andros Island and Bimini were visible. I had hoped to be able to identify the Bahamas, but unfortunately they were obscured partially by clouds, and I did not identify them as such, even though I knew they were there. We were quite pleased with the ability to be able to see out of the periscope from that altitude. Yes.
Do you feel that doing this project out in the open, as you did, and particularly with the advanced publicity, did that impose any extra burdens on the people who were responsible for carrying it out?
Yes, I think it did. I think perhaps Shorty might want to comment on that because he's the one that had to bear the brunt of all of the requests. Would you care to say something on it?
This is Colonel John Powers coming to answer that question about coverage.
That before he starts.
I think Mr. Bob Gilruth would agree with me. We've talked about this quite a bit. We were seriously concerned over any possible pressure exerted on the engineers, on our operations people, and the technicians doing this very difficult job that might have resulted from the large amount of news media exposure. I worked very hard, therefore, to try and protect them. I feel that that was one of the responsibilities I had. And the reason that you might not have been able to do, if you were down at Cape Canaveral during this operation, all of the things that you might have wanted to do, it was simply because we were trying to assure ourselves and the engineers that had to do the job an opportunity to do it without undue outside influence. I think we succeeded in that regard. Would you agree with that, Mr. Gilruth?
I think we went as far as we could.
This is the old middle ground where we tried to satisfy your requirements to make sure that we transmitted all of the information about the program promptly and candidly, and at the same time protected the people that had to do the job so that they could do it right. Thank you.
I'd like to say just one word there. The instructions given all the way from the highest level of government down were to go when ready and not to take into account those particular items under discussion here.
That was James Webb,
You can't
Director
talk
of the
about
NASA.
any discrepancies that you may have found. Can you say at least whether they might have caused you to have some doubts as to whether Gagarin actually accomplished what he said he accomplished?
Well, first of all, let me clarify the reason why we're not talking about discrepancies, and that primarily is because we found none. The ones we found were very minor nature. We don't anticipate any delay at all in the program as a result of the few little changes that we're going to make. Well, as I said before, I'd rather not compare the two flights. We, of course, are very proud of what we've done, and we are encouraged to continue on in our program. I beg your pardon?
Did you yourself feel competitive toward the Soviets?
Competitive? What do you mean competitive?
That you were trying to do something that was in the same area they were working in. Did you have a sense of competition, you and the other members of the group?
Well, as we all said after his flight, we were very much disappointed. And I think we'll let it go at that. Yes.
On the basis of your flight, would you recommend any changes in the training program to better meet the stresses and strains of future flights or longer flights?
No, as a matter of fact, that was one of the items that we discussed down at the Bahamas. And in general, we were very much satisfied with the training program. There are one or two trainers that we use that we may not use in the future, but in general, all the trainers and all the educational process that we went through was most satisfactory. Yes.
Well, I think we've tried your patience a long time now, but may we have the heroine of the occasion stand up beside you?
Beg pardon?
We'd like to have the heroine of the occasion stand up beside you.
Yes. Would you like to stand up here for a few minutes?
Walking to the podium, photographers are clustering around. He's still wearing that white orchid. This conference has been going on for almost 55 minutes now, but no one seems to be tired. After all, this is the first time that Commander Shepard has had a chance to talk publicly about this, and he seems to enjoy getting the facts and his impressions and feelings off his chest. The 6 other astronauts also are standing by.
Yes.
And the interesting thing about this, Commander Powers always refers to Mercury Project as we.
Beaten the Russians in the first flight. Do you think, one, we have been too cautious in our program, and two, do you see any possibility that it could be speeded up to where we might catch up to their present position?
Well, it's always easier to look back on Saturday's game on Monday morning. It's very difficult to make decisions ahead of time. I think that Mr. Webb and Mr. Gilruth, as well as I, have indicated that we have been satisfied with the progress of Mercury. We have speeded up in areas of which you are not aware, and the general directive was to go when ready, and we did. Yes.
Commander Shepard, would you mind telling us when you last talked with your lovely wife, Louise, before you blasted off? And if it's not too personal, a little comment on what you and she said by telephone?
When I last talked to her by phone, you mean? Well, I spoke to her the night before the shot, before the flight. And it is personal.
Commander, at any time since the time you were first picked to be an astronaut until liftoff, did you wish you were in something else other than Project Mercury?
That's the easiest question I've had today. No.
You've been listening to the first public description of an American in space. Navy Commander Alan Shepard unburdened himself in a great good humor. He seems fit. He seems happy. But always you had the feeling he was not talking only about himself, but about, a few hundred other people. Same thing happened, you might remember if you're old enough, when a man named Lindbergh flew the Atlantic Ocean in a plane. He always referred to that project as we too. So this news conference really was a conference of a great group of people, including on the platform today were Air Force Major Donald Slayton, Navy Commander Walter Schirra, Air Force Captain Leroy Cooper, Navy Commander Scott Carpenter, Air Force Captain Virgil Grissom, Marine Corps Colonel John Glenn, and, of course, America's first astronaut, Alan Shepard. This was a group operation, and the next man, we understand, quite possibly would be to go up in a Mercury capsule, quite possibly will be Gus Grissom, Shepard's closest friend, the man who stayed up all night with him the night before he flew and then watched him as he slept after that flight. It's been an eventful day. The astronauts, Mr. and Mrs. Shepard, and the in-laws now go to a luncheon at the Green Room here in the new State Department building. They will be the guests of Vice President and Mrs. Lyndon Johnson, with Undersecretary of State Chester Bowles representing the Secretary of State. Present will be the Secretary of the Navy, John B. Connolly, and the Commissioner of the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission, John S. Graham, representing the Chairman of the Commission, who I believe is in Geneva, and Dr. Edward C. Welch, Executive Secretary of the National Aeronautics and Space Council. Also at that luncheon will be Dr. Jerome B. Wisner, Special Assistant to the President for Science and Technology, and representing Congress, Senator Robert S. Kerr, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Aeronautical and Space Sciences, Congressman Overton Brooks, Chairman of the House Committee on Science and Aeronautics and Astronautics, and Senator Stiles Bridges, a member of the Senate Committee on Aeronautical and Space Sciences, as well as Congressman Joseph W. Martin, Jr. The one thing that has stood out in this entire accolade being given to astronaut Alan Shepard today is the basic modesty of the man. His response to all this hero worship has been one of complete sharing. When President Kennedy pinned the NASA Distinguished Service Medal on him at the White House lawn today, incidentally, the president dropped it, he said the medal was not for him particularly, but for the hundreds who made it possible to put that Redstone rocket on its pad and that Mercury space capsule in the air. So throughout, it's been a we operation, and as he pointed out at his news conference, it has been conducted openly and freely. This is Bill Downs reporting from the State Department Auditorium in Washington. CBS News has brought you a special program. We now resume our scheduled program on your CBS radio station.
Ernest Hemingway has died in Idaho. He was an old writer who did not write much anymore and who had been very sick recently. He had been in a hospital, and then he had to go back, and after the last time he said, "All right, you win," speaking to someone or something ill-defined but with whom he had a long acquaintance, and he canceled his reservations for the bullfights in Spain in July. He had never missed one of those times before for this kind of reason. He just didn't feel well enough to go. He died by a shotgun wound in the head. There was absolutely no one around when the gun went off, and about the only thing you can say is that it could have been either way. And if the way he felt was that it could have been either way, then it really doesn't matter which way it was. When he died, he was married to his fourth wife, a woman with whom he seemed to get along very well. There's no indication in anything he ever wrote that he ever made a big and essential thing of women so far as his writing was concerned. He knew a good deal about the relations of men and women, and he told you a lot about it, but his attitude was mature and romantic, and maybe it seems a little dated to readers raised on the books of the last 10 years. No American in this century wrote as well. He said this kind of thing about writing: a writer can invent honestly out of his own experience in a truer way than any real experience can be. And a writer is either honest or not honest, as a woman is either chaste or not chaste. Toward the end, he thought of compromising, and maybe for our purposes, he found out you can be a little unchaste and not hurt the major status of your work. There is no mountain named Kilimanjaro in Idaho, but maybe there ought to be. After the funeral, maybe someone will think about it.
This morning, East Berlin presents an eerie picture. Communist troops in force on every street corner. Soldiers of the Communist National Army drawn up along the sector boundary with columns of armored cars, and behind them, by the tens of thousands, the workers' militia in their sloppy brown uniforms and visored caps, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the stormtroopers of Adolf Hitler. Platoons of People's Police in their ink blue uniforms in every subway and train station, barring the way to the platforms of trains that used to run to West Berlin. Groups of young men and women arguing with militiamen over their rights to pass down certain streets that have been sealed off. East Berlin is an armed camp. It is also a witch's cauldron gradually coming to a boil.
A woman in San Francisco paused for a moment on a busy street corner to try to recall the most memorable Christmas present she ever had.
Oh, I remember a little dolly in a box, and I could never play with it. I was always dishes to wash and something, and that was the only time I remember that every time under my bed I had the little dolly in a box, and when I went to sleep I'd look in and open that lid and look at that little dolly and cover it up and put it under the bed.
A little dolly which made a big impression on a little girl. In Colorado Springs, the men of the North American Defense Command are committed to the job of guarding America against any kind of surprise attack. And it's their job to know about any foreign objects flying around in the sky. Now, would you consider Santa Claus a foreign object? We're not sure, but we would like another report right now on the tracking of Santa Claus across the skies.
I'm Colonel R.L. Gould, the director of the Combat Operations Center of the North American Air Defense Command in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Starting at noon today, when we first picked up an odd object in the vicinity of the North Pole, we have been tracking it all the way through Canada and the United States up to the present time. At first, our scrambling interceptors from Greenland reported that the power unit had deer horns on it, and that the pilot was overweight. He had no weapons on board. All he had were brightly wrapped packages. When he was asked to identify himself and come out from behind the scarf he was wearing, he only smiled in a friendly fashion, showed the scarf was his long whiskers, and continued on southward. Initially, he was slow-moving and sluggish, indicating he was heavily laden. But as the day has worn on, the load has lightened and his speed has increased. We are beginning to get reports now that he seems to be everywhere at once. This is not due to the fact that our radar is playing tricks on us. It's just that he has to land at every house before the sun comes up.
And through the years, we guess Santa has learned the secret of being everywhere at once. You know what I'd like for Christmas? That secret. What present that you received as a child do you remember the most vividly? An answer from a man in San Francisco.
Oh, golly, that's difficult to say. I do remember a present I got one year when I was about 5 years old. There was a sort of mechanical horse. It was called a Cal's Colt, and I enjoyed it very much, and I liked it, but one day I got rather ambitious and took the screws off and took the thing apart and threw them over the fence, and that was the last I had of that toy. But I regretted it, but it was too late then. I recall that one.
And we're sure there will be many other small boys who take apart their Christmas toys this year and live to regret it.
You're on the Monitor Beacon.
H.V. Kaltenborn made his first radio broadcast in 1921, which certainly makes him the grand old man of broadcasting. In his long, long lifetime, he's lived through many incredible and exciting experiences, but the experiences we want to talk with him about tonight are not those. We want to ask him about Christmas, and with the help of Bill Gordon at WPTV Palm Beach, we have Mr. Kaltenborn on the open line from Florida. Mr. Kaltenborn, what was your Christmas like when you were a boy in Milwaukee?
Well, that brings up a lot of memories. In the first place, we had none of the things we have today. There was no radio, there was no television, there were no phonographs even. In other words, we had to produce our own entertainment. And my Christmas days in Milwaukee were practically on the German basis because Milwaukee was a German town and we were a German family. And so our Christmas was very much like the German Christmas in Germany itself. We always had a Christmas tree with candles. I was appointed the fireman who had to have a bucket with water, and in all the years that I celebrated Christmas with a tree lit by candles, we never had an accident.
Well, a tree with real candles must have been beautiful. What sort of presents did you receive?
The presents were altogether different from what they are today. We always got things that we could do something with. In those days, we used to get games that we would play that would take a long time to play. For example, we had such games as Fish Pond, where there were fish sticking out of a board, and you had a pole with a little hook, and you tried to hook the fish, and it took a lot of time and a lot of patience. Tiddlywinks was a great game in those days for children. Presents were modest. I don't remember getting anything that was more important than a new sled or a new pair of skates. And, of course, the winters in Milwaukee were rather severe, so we were able to do a good deal of skating and a good deal of sleigh riding. And that was our great winter joy.
A perfect place, it sounds, for children to grow up. What kind of music did you have in your home at Christmas?
Of the Christmas carols that we sing are German in origin. And we always sang those. In fact, that was part of the Christmas Day ceremony. We would be called by a little bell that would be rung by a father or mother downstairs, and we children had been waiting upstairs and would come rushing down. This was always Christmas Eve. And then we were supposed to line up and sing 2 or 3 songs before we were permitted to go to our particular table where our particular presents were stored up.
Mm-hmm. And what was your most memorable present?
I remember one present that appealed to me very much. I got it, I think, when I was 4 years old, and that was a savings bank for pennies. Pennies had real value in those days, and this was a little iron bank with a monkey who removed his cap and bowed, and at the same time in his left hand he had a plate, and you'd put a penny on the plate, and as he bowed forward with his cap, the penny would drop into the bank and be mine forevermore. So I would, of course, always go around to everybody and give them a chance to put in a penny, which they did.
I wonder whether children today would appreciate a penny bank. They'd probably much rather have a dime bank or a quarter bank. But at any rate, any other thoughts about Christmas you'd like to share with us, Mr. Kaltenborn?
Christmas was more simple. I think it was more genuinely devoted to the Christmas spirit than perhaps it is today, where a good deal of commercialism has managed to come into it. And may I, in closing, wish Frank McGee and his associates up there at NBC, with whom I've worked for so many years, I'd like to wish them all a very Merry Christmas.
And thank you, Mr. Kaltenborn. We appreciate your Christmas greetings. And we hope there in Florida, though you won't have a white Christmas, that you will have a very merry one. Thank you again, sir.
A pause now for a message from one of our sponsors.
And now, noted Washington columnist Drew Pearson with an important message.
I have reported danger signals from various parts of the country of cold's contagion and increasing absenteeism from work and school. In my business, I can't afford colds or absenteeism. No matter what happens, I have to meet a deadline every day. Now, infectious germs in your mouth and throat increase a cold's discomfort, can make the cold drag on. But gargling with Listerine antiseptic does a terrific job of killing these germs by millions. In fact, in 12-year tests, thousands of people who gargled with Listerine antiseptic twice daily had fewer, milder colds. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that record, and as a Listerine user, remember, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. To guard against cold's contagion, take a tip from one who knows, and gargle at least twice daily with Listerine antiseptic.
The other day, with Christmas near, one of my associates here at Monitor heard his 7-year-old son ask his mother, why won't Daddy be home on Christmas Eve like other daddies? Well, the mother sought an answer which would satisfy a 7-year-old boy, and so did the father, who overheard the conversation, and he tried to explain. Son, he said, you see that Christmas tree with all the lights shining, making the room bright for Christmas? Well, those lights will still be shining on Christmas Eve. I won't be here then, but the lights will still work, won't they? And the youngster said yes, but the father continued, those lights will shine Christmas Eve because hundreds of men and women will be working at power plants and substations to make sure the electricity that makes them glow gets to our house. Then on Christmas morning, there'll be milk at the door. A man will have to get that milk ready, and he'll be up most of the night. Chances are that he's a daddy, too. And the father continued, when I finish my work at Monitor on Christmas Eve, and you're sound asleep, I hope, I'll come home on a train. Well, that train needs an engineer and a fireman and a conductor and a brakeman, and all the switchmen and inspectors who have to be there to see there are no accidents. Hundreds of pilots will be flying planes with their co-pilots, stewardesses, engineers, and navigators. Soldiers will continue to guard our frontiers. The police go on patrolling in cities and towns and in the country. Doctors and nurses will be working because people do get sick at Christmas just like other days, and the firemen will be on alert as usual. And someone has to prepare food for all those people who will be working. Well, like the people who get the milk ready and the railroad engineers and the firemen, the policemen, the soldiers, the doctors, and all the others, we're used to it. Here's an example. It's almost 10 o'clock New York time, Christmas Eve. Let's hear from some of the dozens of NBC newsmen stationed around the globe.
This is Frank Bergholzer in Moscow, the Soviet Union, wishing everyone out there a wonderful Christmas. In Moscow, it's about 10 minutes to 6 in the morning.
This is Lee Hall, NBC News, Brazil, wishing you a Merry Christmas from Rio de Janeiro. It's about 9 o'clock here on Christmas Eve, and as we say it here, Feliz Natal.
This is Cecil Brown in Tokyo. Merry Christmas to all, and we certainly can say that. For here in Japan, it is 10 minutes to 11 on Christmas morning.
This is John Rich, NBC News, Paris. A Merry Christmas from the Champs-Élysées, where it's already almost 4 o'clock on Christmas morning.
This is Kenneth Bernstein, NBC News, Buenos Aires, where it's midsummer and Christmas is only a quarter of an hour away. Feliz Navidad. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, and Merry Christmas to all of you. You know, you never would have heard all this if it were not for the engineers, the producers, the announcers and writers, and the newsmen here at Monitor, and along the line in our NBC radio affiliates. So a special Merry Christmas to everyone who has to work on Christmas Eve, and a very special Merry Christmas to all of you whose daddies and mommies are out working now, helping to keep things going. And now, the most beautiful moment of all in the homes of America tonight.
Jesus, tender shepherd, hear me. Bless my little child tonight. Through the darkness, be not near me. Keep me safe till morning light. Amen.
And so the time comes for us to say goodnight to you on this Christmas Eve. We leave you with the warmest good wishes. We hope that tonight you're receiving the most wonderful presents of all, love and friendship, presents which come wrapped in many forms. A Christmas card from a long-lost friend, the expression on your children's faces when they met you at the door tonight, the kiss your wife gave you, the piney, familiar smell of the Christmas tree, or the homemade cookies the neighbor brought over, the whispers of the children as they debate how to wrap your Christmas present. Tonight, on this most holy of nights, we wish for you a happy, joyful Christmas.
This is Monitor,